And we are live. We are live. Let's make sure this is looking up at me, people. We are live. Welcome to the final transfer show of the year, the final transfer show of the summer. It is here, guys. This is the last half an hour, 20 minutes now of the transfer window. There is a lot for us to get through, guys. There is a lot, as you can imagine, going on. Lots of incomings and outgoings, not just with regards to Manchester United, but as you can imagine, loads of other clubs are doing business. It is crazy at the moment. Who's coming? Who is going? We are going to get into it. This show, there's a lot for us to get through, guys. A lot has happened. A lot is going to happen, and a lot is happening right now as we speak. People, big up the chat already. I can see some people in the chat. British Bulldog in the chat already saying bobbins. And also we have TK in the chat. Big up everybody who is coming in. Make sure you smash the like, people, and turn on your notifications. And of course, subscribe if you are new. Yes, people, you will have already known or already have seen that Antony, here we go. Antony is and has left the club. So we're going to get into the details of the Antony deal. We also today, in the last few hours, have a Jadon Sancho, here we go, to Aston Villa. We're going to talk about those details. Don't forget, yesterday, some of you guys in the chat mentioned Sancho to Aston Villa, and I assumed it was a permanent deal, and I poo-pooed it. Jadon has gone to Aston Villa on a one-year loan, and we are going to get into the details. We also, people, have the Lammens. Here we go. Finally, Manchester United have a new keeper, a goalkeeper that we have been dying, crying out for as a fan base. We have a goalkeeper. I know some of the fans wanted Martinez, but the club have always wanted Lammens, and the club finally have their man. So we have Lammens, here we go. Antony, here we go. Jadon Sancho, here we go. And details. Also, there are rumours that Onana or Bayindir, one of these goalkeepers, could be going out on loan to Galatasaray. So we're going to talk about that. Information has been presented in front of me to say that Emi Martinez, yes, the goalkeeper that United have been talking to, he signed a new 4-year deal at Aston Villa. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into what the hell was going on with the Martinez-Lammens situation. Why has Emi Martinez signed a 4-year deal the second that Man United got the here we go for Lammens? What is up with that? The Malacia loan to Elche has stalled. So Malacia could be the only one out of the bomb squad to remain at the club. But it is early days and that deal can still go through. We will also spend a bit of time today talking about our midfield issue and the culture that has formed around Manchester United with regards to the midfield. There's a stat out there that shows all our midfield signings over the last 10 years. And when you look at the list, people, we have neglected our midfield immensely. It's a tragedy when you look at the list of our midfield signings. So we're going to talk about that as well. There is news circulating that Ruben Amorim wanted and still wants Estepinian. Whether that makes a difference to anybody or not, that is out there. United have also inquired, guys, about Gallagher, about Conor Gallagher. We have inquired about this player. We apparently want this player on loan, but that request has been blocked because his parent club want a full transfer. We will also spend time together as a community just looking at the other transfers for Liverpool, for Arsenal, for Man City. I know this is a Man United channel mostly, and we talk about Manchester United mostly, but we can spend some time looking at other clubs to see what the competition is doing. There's no point in us looking at ourselves in isolation and saying that we had a good transfer window. Yes, but other clubs are getting mini Belebas. Other clubs are getting gems, 5 million, 10 million pound midfielders that, who knows, in a year or two could become worldies, while we have not got a midfielder in this summer. So let me know what you guys are thinking about that. And of course, we are here together, so we're going to talk about the transfer window in general. How well do you think Manchester United have done this summer? How would you rate this transfer window? You know, considering what our objectives were, considering what our targets were and the areas that we wanted to reinforce, how would you guys right now rate this transfer window? We have a lot of details about the outgoings, including the youngsters that we've sent on loan. There's been I think there's been more than 10 outgoings, a lot more than 10 outgoings this season. So there's a lot for us to talk about, guys. There is a lot for us to get through. This show started early because we want to catch the end of the transfer window. And it's also started early because, like I said, guys, there is a lot for us to speak about. A lot. So big up the chat, first and foremost, every single one of you. Smash the like, people. Last 15 minutes of the window. Listen, who knows what could happen? Who knows, guys? But we'll get into it. Let's get into it. Let me pay my respects to the chat before we jump into the stories. Big up TK, British Bulldog. Already BB saying Liverpool spent 160 mil on deadline day and we buy a backup keeper for our non-keeping keepers. British Bulldog is definitely somebody who wanted Martinez. 5 out of 10, British Bulldog says our window has been. Eddie says, could you break down the Antony deal? Yeah, we'll talk about the Antony deal right now. Eddie, big up Eddie, bro. Big yourself up right now. TK says 5 steps forward, 5 steps back. Turn ourselves around and we're back at the start. So many ins and so many outs, yet we failed to get a CM. 12th place is ours, says TK. Not impressed. Eddie says, and the Sancho deal, I ain't had a proper update. Cool. Yep, Eddie will get you the updates on both Sancho and the Antony situation. Big up Eddie. Big up Jerry in the chat. Jerry says, didn't expect Lammens over Martinez, said Jerry. I mean, I told you guys that Lammens is our #1 target. I think you guys knew this. Lammens has always been our #1 target. And you know that Ineos are not buying old players. They're not involved in buying players with no resale value. This is a project that they're working on. So Lammens fits exactly what they want to do perfectly, to be honest, people. So just listen to Ineos. Listen to them speak and you'll know they're... Well, listen to me speak. Listen to me. I'll let you know. So let's go straight into it. Antony is done. No joint ownership. No Mickey Mouse. No dusting off the 1950s football manual to find different ways of joint owning a player and all these things. The deal is done and Antony has gone. We had the here we go early on today and it went from not happening at all to here we go. Yesterday, we were told that it might not happen. It might collapse because United went lower in their fees, so on and so forth. And all of a sudden today, when the pressure was on, Betis came and ate out of the palm of our hands and took the player from us. Well done, Betis. In the end, you fixed up. I've been saying all along, Betis were acting very, very strange. I didn't have any really words for it, the way that they were acting, but the deal is done. Antony has gone. 22 million euros plus 3 million fee to Manchester United. Some of you guys will say that is very cheap. I think Antony, on a normal day, is a 40 million pound player. 40 million euro pound player. 40 million euro pounds. 40 million euro player. That's what I say. He's a 30 to 40 million euro player. Betis have got Antony on a cheap. However, guys, we have included a 50% sell-on clause. So it seems as if we're not getting the fee that we want for a player, we are including a sell-on clause. I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing. If you're not going to get the fee you want, include a sell-on clause. And a 50%, not 10, not 20, 50%, that's a good deal. That's a good deal. Well, that part of the deal is a good deal, if that makes sense. So he's in Sevilla right now. I think he's done his medical by now. And he's about to be unveiled at Real Betis. So Antony has officially left the club. It's not a loan deal. He's not returning. This is it. His time is over at the club. And if I'm going to say a few lines about Antony, I would say that I still think he's a good footballer. The way he plays football probably wasn't right for the Premier League. That makes sense. And I'm somebody who can analyze somebody and not call them rubbish. Because they haven't been a success in the Premier League, it doesn't mean they're not good. It means their football style doesn't suit this league. He's a bit, for me, often predictable with how he plays. He doesn't go down the outside. But technically, as a footballer, he is good. He is sound. He just doesn't fit into what we're trying to do. He doesn't match what we need. He's not what we need. So, good luck for Antony. I've got nothing more to say, nothing negative to say. You guys know me, I'm not one to be saying F off and all these things. Even to players I don't like, even the likes of Garnacho, I will say good luck to you. So, Antony, good luck. You know, it didn't work out for some of the reasons that I've said. Go on, enjoy your career and enjoy your football. And that's it. Real Betis have reached an agreement with Man United to sign Antony on a permanent. Initially wanted a straight loan for the 25-year-old, but we got the 25 million euro package and 50% sell-on clause deal done. Good stuff. Good stuff. Like I said, no bad vibes. Antony tried his best when he put on the shirt. Just didn't work out. The wages that he's on and the fee that we spent on him, he just didn't return us. He didn't return us any of that. So that's it, guys. Antony is gone. It's done. And also another bit of info for you guys is that there is no termination payment to him. He has waived the termination payment. As you guys know, a lot of footballers, when they are sold, they do get a little something, you know, a little termination payment from the club to help them set up wherever they go, help them get a house, help them do whatever they need to do elsewhere. He has waived his termination payment. So he is gone, guys. That is Antony done. Big up Shivan in the chat. British Bulldog saying it's not a project. Big up Shivan. Wiz, you said yesterday that Amram is the manager to get us to the manager we need. I now see that as a strong possibility. 2 solid CMs next summer and the new manager is totally plausible, says TK. Shivam, no, TK. Antony is a 40 million player in the Prem. He's a 50 million player. Good riddance, says TK. Shivam says it's a 3 out of 10 window. You guys have been harsh so far. I think you are. It depends on what you guys expected to do this window. We're going to talk about our window later on and your expectation compared to the reality. And we're going to talk about that later on. Let's quickly move on to, what is this? Another tweet just confirming that there is no termination payment to Antony and that the fee is around 21 million pounds package, and you know, which is about 25 million euros. So that's Antony done. This is now Jadon Sancho. Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa is also done. Yesterday, some of you guys mentioned to me that there could be a swap deal. I said no. I said I don't think Jadon is going to go to Aston Villa on a permanent deal just so we can get Martinez. That doesn't make sense. But I was partially wrong. He has gone to Aston Villa, but just not on a permanent deal. Jadon Sancho has confirmed it is done now. He is an Aston Villa player. He will play football in Birmingham this year, and Manchester United will cover 80% of his wages. The green light from United and deal being sealed with formal steps to follow shortly. So Jadon Sancho, 1 year left on his contract, will play for Aston Villa on loan. I think this is a good deal for Aston Villa. Villa need wingers, and I think Jadon Sancho will be absolutely fine for Villa this year. Jadon, I didn't think he'll go to Villa. Definitely not on a permanent. But I think one of you guys in the chat said to me, maybe he's waiting for an English club. And that made me feel like, or that made me at least think, maybe you guys are right. Maybe he just wants to stay home. Maybe he doesn't want to go abroad anymore. He just wants to be in his country, at home. So, here we go. Sancho to Villa. I hope I hope this is the last loan deal that he does. And that after this loan deal, he finds his, secure club. But that's what I said. I hoped that was the case until I saw this, people. And this is what made me... This got me a bit frustrated because Manchester United act like they desperately want to offload Jadon Sancho. That's how they behave. And they've beautifully turned a whole fan base against, for me, in my opinion, a man with visceral hate, right? So in my mind, because of the visceral hatred that this guy receives, which I think is just nonsense, in my head, I'm like, get rid of this guy. The fan base don't like him. The fan base don't want him. Get rid of him quickly. But when I saw, people, that Manchester United will extend Jadon Sancho's contract until 2027, i.e. another year, I thought to myself, why? Why? Because he could go on loan to Villa. He's going on loan to Villa. And after the loan deal, he'll be a free agent. He's no longer a Man United player. He's no longer on your books. You don't need to pay him his wages. He's gone like you want him to be. So why are you trying to extend his contract? Very, very strange. So I did a bit of digging, looked at certain things, and I saw this tweet. And I thought, this is an interesting tweet. If Jadon Sancho's contract is being extended by a year through to 2027, it can only mean United are looking at the overall financial benefit. That's why I'm like, I don't care about the financial benefit.
I need to show them Fabrizio's tweet clearly so they can see it. I'm going to pull it out for them here. This is Fabrizio. Just tell them this is Fabrizio confirming the contract is extended until 2027.
What do you mean?
The chat was saying, we're chatting. The guy's chatting as in believe it.
Okay. Sorry guys. So like I said, based on Fabrizio's tweeted that United have extended his contract by 1 year. I can't see anything now. And like I said, going back to this tweet, it goes on to say that the reason why they've done this, United, is that they'll halve his amortization cost from 14 million to 7 million in 2005, 26, giving them more wiggle room. What do you mean more wiggle room? Bro, you could have got rid of him at the end of this year on a free. Like, anyway, this tweet goes on to say, however, his book value will be 0. So that's why they've extended it. It's financial. His book value will be 0, right? And so there's obviously the 13 million in wages, which is cool, but they're still looking to fetch a fee next summer. This is about Sancho on the books. Nothing to do with him returning to the club. So essentially, it looks like we are extending his contract a year so we can do some book balancing thing and get some money. I don't know, guys. I'm assuming it's true because Fabrizio Romano is reporting on it, right? And everyone else is reporting on it. So assuming this is true, I really don't understand why the club are still trying to make money from Jadon Sancho. I really don't understand. I thought the whole exercise was to get rid of him. So that's why, guys, I'm not quick to take the club's side when it comes to everything. Because the club's job is to make money from these footballers rather than trying to get them off the books so we can buy new players. So I don't know. It's a very, very interesting situation when it comes to Jadon Sancho. Yeah. Also, Sancho won't be getting a signing on bonus. Very, very interesting. Very, very curious about this situation. Essentially, it's not footballing reasons at all. It's just financial reasons. So I hope everybody kind of understood that. It's a bit of a word salad, kind of a bit of a minefield to get your head around. But essentially, according to Fabrizio Romano and others, United have extended Jadon Sancho's contract by 1 year so they can sell him and make money, balance the books. I don't know what you guys think about that. I know what a lot of people, the fan base, think about Jadon Sancho. So I'm not asking you guys what you think about Jadon and how much you hate him. That's not what I'm asking people. I'm just asking, first of all, if you believe this story. There's no reason for me not to believe it. But why? Just let this guy go and get rid of this guy so we can move on as a club. Flipping heck. That's what I say. That's what I say, people. But that's the Jadon Sancho situation. Like I said, United will be covering 80% of his wages at Aston Villa as well. Let me see what the chat is saying. This is Sancho talk, so I'm expecting the chat to be polarized as hell. Garnacho has ordered his Sancho Villa shirt. Keep an eye on his Insta. United covering 80% of wages. Whoa, what a bad deal. We could insert. Did I say covering 80% of wages? I apologize. No. Okay, let me say we're covering 20% of his wages, not 80%. So apologies, people. We are covering the 20% of his wages. Villa are paying 80%. So we're not covering 80%, Shivam. Apologies, I misspoke. Sancho deal is dead for us. It's like, Eddie, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Any kind of deal to get us money and stuff, I'm not the Glazers. I don't care about how much. Listen, if you want to get rid of Sancho, just get rid of him, bro. This whole trying to make money on all these things, and it's just weird to me now. Just get rid of the guy. That's the kind of vibe I'm on. You're being too kind to them. We bought the players in way too late. We still in preseason, 5 games in. We bought in a backup keeper. 4-5 is good score. Generous even. Wages extended in hopes of him having a good loan season. His value goes up. Yeah, TK, but I think at this point, yeah, I'm just like, why are you still playing games with Sancho? Why are you still playing games with Sancho? Just let Sancho leave and get out so the fans are happy. There's a feel-good factor in the fan base. We got rid of the guys. We can just move on. That's where I'm at, bro. Like, why I want to bring him back? Anyway, Eddie says, imagine Sancho could have went Roma, Juventus, but decides Villa. What a joke. Eddie, to be fair, Roma are in the Europa League and Aston Villa are in the Europa League. And if a man wants to stay in his home country, I hear you though. I hear you. He's already gone to Dortmund. But if I was Sancho, Eddie, I'm with you. If I'm Sancho, I think, yeah, the Italian league probably suits him better. The German league probably suits him better than the Premier League. So I would have gone there if I was Sancho, Eddie. But don't forget, Aston Villa have also, I think they've either signed or on the verge of signing Lindelof. So Lindelof is also at Villa as well, guys. GG Emmanuel, I love the deadline day. Big up GG Emmanuel in the chat right now. Eddie says, if they extend him a year, it is the same wages. Yes, Eddie. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I just wish, Eddie and chat, I wish we just didn't extend his contract. Assuming that story is correct, assuming Fabrizio is not lying, I wish we didn't extend his contract. Let it run out at the end of this year. He'll be a free agent and then he'll go wherever he needs to go. Cross that line in the sand. We move on. I don't understand why we can't do that. Listen, Sancho's played a blinder. Love him or hate him, he's played a blinder. He's in full control of what he wants to do. He's not going to get pushed around. He'll go where he wants to go. It is what it is. Anyway, people, let's move on. We have finally got a goalkeeper. Once again, a subject that a lot of Man United fans are polarized in. Some United fans wanted Martinez. Others wanted Lammens. But we have our goalkeeper in. And do you know what? Whether it was Lammens or whether it was Martinez, it is essential. And we all agreed. There's one thing that we can all agree on, that we need a goalkeeper. And we have the here we go. Yesterday, it was reported that we were in for Martinez. And I said, personally, I would prefer Lammens. And I gave my reasons. Some of you guys said you'd prefer Martinez. But the club have always wanted Lammens. And they have their man. So here we go. Manchester United agree 21 million euros plus add-ons. Deal with Royal Antwerp for Senne Lammens. Here we flipping go. Agreement in place for Belgian goalkeeper to join Manchester United immediately. Deal set to be sealed after medical. We've already agreed personal terms with the player, as you guys know, so only the medical left. He's already on a jet. He should be in Manchester right now as we speak, doing his medical. He is a Manchester United player. Lammens. Listen, 21 million euro plus add-ons. Yes, the add-ons haven't been defined, but I can't imagine the add-ons being more than 3 or 4 million euros. We, by pivoting to Martinez, and I said this yesterday, by pivoting to Martinez, by making Martinez agree personal terms with us, and also the fact that Martinez was left out of the Villa team on the weekend, that scared Royal Antwerp. It did. It worked. Because Royal Antwerp wanted 27, 28 million euros. They were trying to take the piss. We pivoted to Martinez, agreed personal terms. He was left out of the squad. Everything was, all the signs were showing that United were going to get Martinez and not Lammens. Lammens only wanted Man United. So this deal had to happen or Royal Antwerp were not going to get anything. I think the pivoting worked. This is quite a cheap deal. Well, it depends on how you guys look at it. You guys tell me, is this a cheap deal? I think it's quite a cheap deal, considering that this is the amount of money that we wanted to spend on him, and we've actually spent the money that we want to spend on him. It's one of the only signings where we've gone in with a figure in mind, around 21, 22, 23 million euros, and we've actually paid that amount. In Mbuemo, we had to pay more than we wanted. Sesko, we had to pay more than we wanted. Cunha was a release clause. Lammens, we valued him around 21 million euros, 22, 23 million euros, and we bought him for that amount. So we have a goalkeeper. I know it's not the goalkeeper that the whole fan base wanted, But I'm glad that we got the goalkeeper that the club wanted. I've said many times, give the manager what he wants. So there's no excuses. No more stopgaps. No more getting midfielders that we don't actually want only to sell them again and create another bomb squad. I don't want to create another bomb squad. I don't want another Ugarte. I don't want another Onana. I want you, because Onana was bought because Ten Hag wanted him. Onana was bought off the back of one single tournament, a few matches in the Champions League, and because Ten Hag worked with him. This player we've scouted for a year. I need the club to take their time with their investments and don't waste their money and buy a player that you thoroughly scouted, like this one. Another reason why I wanted this signing, I know he might not be ready yet and he might have development to do. But another reason why I wanted this signing is because I still think Martinez is very, very error prone. I don't think Martinez is a perfect goalkeeper. And he's not young. And I don't want any more stopgaps, guys. And that leads me into the midfield question. I know there are midfielders out there for us to get. And I'm disappointed that we didn't get a midfielder. However, in my mind, I'm thinking, I would still prefer us get the midfielder, get the number one target, because we're trying to win the league. We're not trying to finish 6th, right? We want to win the league in 2 years' time, right? Says the club. So we can't get stopgap midfielders either. It's either we get that 1 or 2 midfielder that we absolutely know that it's going to be a world-class, absolute beast, Adam Wharton, Baleba, whatever, or we buy a stopgap midfielder from like today, this year, this summer, that we might have to sell in 2 or 3 years' time. I don't think the club wants to do that anymore. I really don't, guys. So they'd rather have another year with Bruno and Cass than buy a stopgap. That's what I think the club is on these days. So that's where we are with Lammens. We have our goalkeeper. Let me know what you guys think. I think most of you guys spoke to me yesterday and gave me your preference anyway. But let me know what you think about the deal, about the fee people. Let me know. TK says, as for Lammens, let's put our money where our mouth is. Homie better start against City. 2 weeks to train with squad. If Lammens doesn't start against City, my shirt is getting a refund. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't know if Lammens is gonna start straight away. I need people to manage their expectations when it comes to these signings. He should be our goalkeeper for the next 10 years, but I'm not sure about him coming in. Even in the international break where he has 2 weeks to train, I don't know about him starting straight away. It might be a buying there for the next few weeks until, he eases buying there out or something along those lines. I don't know, guys. Is Lammens in the Belgium squad, says Jerry. No, he isn't, Jerry. He's not in the Belgium squad. Yep, TK said it. He isn't in the Belgium squad. They have 3 stellar keepers already. Yeah, there you go, TK. This window is bad, says Shivam. Loss on Antony, caved in on Sancho, just 26 mil for Rashi. Malacia, Ugarte is still there. Ghana only 40 mil. We lost it, guys. Shivam, the only thing I'm going to say is, as a fan, I've never cared how much money we get for players. I think I've asked this question before. When did we, as fans, start worrying so much about the Glazers and Ineos's money? Like, for me, as a fan, I just wanted players out and new players in. What money we can recoup from our mistakes. The Glazers made these mistakes. Ineos made these, not really Ineos, but the club made these mistakes when they bought these players. I'm not going to sit here and be worrying about how much money we get for these players that we don't want. If it was a player that we wanted to keep, like a Cristiano Ronaldo, but we desperately wanted to keep, but we just had to let go because we wanted to go, then I would be like, make sure you get loads of money for him. But if we don't want these players here, we desperately want to get rid of them, I don't care about recouping loads of money for them. I really don't. As a fan, I really don't. And even though, yes, we do worry about money, I don't always need to worry about how much money we're going to get for players, bro. Like, I'm just being real. I'm just being real with you guys. TK says Belgium keepers include Thibaut Courtois. Yep, Courtois is a bad man. Matt Sells and Martin van der Voort Leipzig. All of these guys are ahead of Lammens. Will they be ahead of Lammens by the end of this season? We will see. Jerry says if he turns out to be the new Courtois, then it's a cheap deal. TK says Erik ten Hag is sacked today. Yep, we can talk about that as well. TK, there's a stat going around that 3 ex-Manchester United managers have all been sacked in the space of a few days, I think. Oli, Jose Mourinho, and Erik ten Hag have all left their respective clubs in the last few days, guys. The Manchester United curse is real. It's real. Jerry says, TK, was he sacked or did he walk? Yeah. Lammens will make 30k a week, 5-year deal. That's a bargain. Yeah. Also, Ineos are on the cheap thing. Ineos are really, really on getting players in for cheap. Big, I mean, still 5-year contracts, but no one's getting paid over 150, over 170. Lammens definitely ain't getting paid nowhere near that. Nowhere near. So it's all about resetting the wage bill as well, guys, as you know. Shivam said we needed a first team player. I do not see Lammens starting against City. We missed Martinez. It's shambles. I didn't want Martinez. So I think I'm the opposite. I think this is good. All right, let's go. Anyway, Ben Jacobs, your favorite journalist, has weighed in with the Lammens deal. Just saying it's a done deal. 21 million plus add-ons, no sell-on. He's travelling to Manchester United. Also confirmed that Martinez was considered, but Lammens was always the top choice. Just as I said to you guys already, even before Jacob said it, I think we all knew, just using our brains, that Lammens was our top choice. And we've got our top choice. And that's why I'm going to disagree with some of you guys with your ratings on the transfer window. Apart from a midfielder, which is the only player we don't have, we've had a good window. Apart from getting a central midfielder, we have tackled all the areas that we need to tackle as a football club, except one. We've got rid of every single player that we wanted to get rid of, except one. So I'm going to have to ask you guys again at the end of this session to objectively rate the transfer window without so much emotion and just look at it objectively based on what we've wanted to do. I know the midfield, I think if we got the midfield, I would have rated the window 8. But because we didn't get a midfielder, I'm going to say 6, 7. Other than that, we've got the left hand we wanted. We've got the right hand we wanted. Both first choice. We've got the striker that we wanted. You can argue Rory Delap might have been first choice, but essentially Sesko first choice. So a first choice attacking players, all of them, right? Then we get a goalkeeper, a first choice goalkeeper. Cool. The only thing we didn't get this year was the midfielder that we wanted, right? And all the outgoings, the bomb squad, are gone. So therefore, I don't know if I can rate this that low if we've succeeded in all those areas. You know, it doesn't, like, giving it a 4, I can't agree with the 4 out of 10 for this window based literally on what I've just said. But let's see the chat. That's funny. When did BB said he's already got our club on his shirt circus. Shivam, we needed first team player. I don't see Lammens. Yeah, I think the club's vision and your vision, our visions are different though. I think the club, we want a player for now and for the future. The club are very, very invested in the next 2 or 3 years and everything blossoming and blooming for the next 2 or 3 years. I think that's what they're thinking, guys, if I'm being honest. But I get it. I'm never going to not get it. Right now, we need a goalkeeper for right now. I understand that. I said it yesterday and I say it today. I completely get where you guys are coming from. TK says Martinez. Well, British Bulldog says Sesko won't start either. The club is a basket case. TK says Martinez is a clown bozo. I've never liked him. Yeah, I mean, like I said yesterday, TK, I need a chilled goalkeeper. I need a Van der Sar type goalkeeper. I need a normal goalkeeper. I need Alisson. I need someone mentally stable who's not going to be erratic. And Martinez is the complete opposite of that. For me, Martinez is not a Manchester United goalkeeper. That's for me. Shivam said that's a shithouse transfer window. Amrim has not been backed. I don't know, guys. He's got the goalkeeper now. And he's got the attackers that he wanted. He just not got the midfielder that he wanted. So, no, I hear you. Listen, I hear you guys. Jerry says the Turkish transfer league is open for another 10 days, so Bayender could move yet or Onana. That is true, Jerry. Let's hope one of our goalkeepers moves, because I don't know. I don't understand having 4 goalkeepers. Having 4 goalkeepers for one game a season is overkill. Really, really is. So I think one of our goalkeepers hopefully goes in the next few days. British Bulldog says he's back up to Bayender. That makes sense. British Bulldog is not happy. TK says Martinez colours his hair with streaks. That alone should be enough to walk away. Glad we have a young keeper. We call VTech now and keep heating. Listen, I'm hearing good things about VTech in the championship, you know, guys. Championship? Yeah. I'm hearing good things about VTech, you know. Let's keep an eye on VTech. You know? I agree with you, Wiz, that we don't care about the money we get from the player, but we need 2 CMs. 1 right wing back, 1 left centre back, and 1 striker as backup. What did we get? I mean, once again, Shivam, I think it's about, listen, we bought 5 or 6, how many players we bought in? 5 players? 6 players? Maybe 5. It depends on how many players you thought we were going to get this window and how much things are going to cost. Like, I'm going to ask you guys to just think about how much Cunha cost, think about how much Mbuemo cost, and think about how much Sesko cost us. Right? That's £200 million. Think about the fact that we didn't qualify for the Champions League and we didn't get loads of money coming in. I just need a bit of objectivity as well. Understand the limitations that we had financially, you know, and understand that the CM that we wanted is 100 million plus, and Brighton are not selling him, and Manchester United are not going to do this thing that you want them to do and buy a stopgap, buy a player that they don't want just to please the fans, and then have to sell them again for 2 years. They're no longer going to do these things. I think that is the issue, and that's going to frustrate a lot of us. It's going to frustrate me. It's going to frustrate you. But as long as we see the logic behind it, then, you know, we'll be all right, guys. We'll be all right. Battle lines drawn. I'm with Wiz on Lammens. Also, do you know what, people? I don't even trust Ineos that much. I keep telling you that I like Wilcox. I like Vivel. I like Listen, Wilcox discovered Foden, Sancho, and he also unearthed Cole Palmer. Wilcox is the guy. He knows what he's doing. So when Wilcox and Vivel are like, we have to get this keeper, this is the keeper to get, Listen, unless they start messing up and start, we start flipping, buying the stupidest, rubbish players. I'm going to give these guys the benefit of the doubt until they start failing. They could fail. Lammens could be rubbish, guys. He could be. And he could be a flop. And if he is, we'll say, listen, he's a flop. We probably should have got Martinez. We have a conversation about it. We're not egotistical here. If we're wrong, we're wrong. We say sorry, we move on. But Vivell, Wilcox, I have more faith in them than anyone else. And if they're coming together and they're saying we should get this goalkeeper, I'm going to be like, cool. I'm going to listen to you guys until you start getting some shit wrong. And as it stands, you guys haven't got too much wrong as far as I can see yet. So I'm going to continue giving you guys the benefit of the doubt for now. Right? And that's where I'm at also. Shivam said, by the way, Wiz, Lammens has the same problem as Onana and Bayende in terms of crosses. I hope Scouse did the work. Shivam, that's where I'm going to side with you. That's where I'm going to side with you, my guy. That's where I'm saying, listen, I haven't done the work. I hope Wilcox and these guys have scouted this guy properly. For now, I will put my faith in them until I don't have to, until they expose themselves. That's all I'm saying, bro. Eddie says, I bet Amorim is still gonna play Onana. No, Eddie, don't say these things, Eddie. Don't say these things. He's not gonna play Onana. Listen, he's not going. If this guy wants to keep his job, he will not play Andre Onana. Andre Onana's career at Manchester United, in my opinion, is over. I cannot see Andre Onana playing another game for United. There's no games to play. Bayern will play the league games. Hopefully Lammens will take over soon. And the only other competition that we're in is the FA Cup, which starts, in January? And maybe by then, either Bayern or Lammens will be playing in the FA Cup. Not Onana right now, might be third or fourth choice. He's not. I think Onana's career at United is done. So I don't want anyone to be scared. Anyone to be frightened. I know Eddie trying to scaremonger you guys and say Onana will still play. I don't think Onana is going to play. Nobody wants nightmares, Eddie. Nobody. So let's not put that out in the ether. Yeah. Man, a bit, we definitely got Lammens, not lemonade today. British Bulldog. Big up Alfred Gideon. Bro, I like that name. Alfred Gideon. I like that name. My name's Alfred Gideon. Big up Alfred Gideon in the chat. Why did we even loan Collier out? We loaned him out because we are playing one game a week and we have 4 midfielders. That's the only logical response I have for you, my guy. Shivam says we never needed Cunha and Mbuemo both in one window with Bruno still in the team. We ruined our window then and there. That's another conversation. That's a conversation we could have later on. Did we need to get 2 10s this window? Could we? Because this is what we've done. Stay with me, guys. We spent last window buying defenders. Let's stay with me. Yeah, let's understand what we're doing, what Ineos have done. This is what they've decided to do. First window, as we know, defense is the best form of attack. I mean, defense isn't the best form of attack. Defense wins titles, right? So Ineos' first summer, defense. Shore up the defense, get it tight. Get your Lenny Euros, get your Mazrawis, get your Dillits. Second summer window, attack. Get your number 10s, get your striker, shore up your attack. And clearly, the next summer window, midfield. Get your 21-year-old Balebas, your 20-year-old Adam Whartons, shore up your midfield for the next 10 years. That is the strategy. Now, Shivam in the chat is saying, rather than tackle each area, each summer, why don't you just get 1 defender, 1 midfielder, 1 striker, 1 summer? And every time, so we're not underweight. In finance, in my field, we will talk about being overweight in equities, overweight in bonds and gilts, overweight in fixed interest investments. You don't want to be overweight in anything. You want a balanced portfolio, right? Shivam is talking about, why don't we just get 110 in Cunha or Mbuemo, let Bruno play 10, get Beleba this summer. I mean, we probably still might not have got Beleba this summer because Brighton are not selling. End of story, right? So I understand that logic from Shivam. I get it. It's just the way that we've decided to do things this summer. I don't know. Shivam, Lammens bad on crosses. Our current keepers are bad on everything. Lammens wins. All right. There's Team Lammens and Team Martinez. Listen, there's no team anything. Like, if we got Martinez, I still would have said, listen, he's better than the goalkeepers that we have. But if you're giving me a choice between long-term future or instant maybe success with no long-term future and having to place him in a bomb squad in the next 2 years to get rid of him again and do the whole... No. So get me Lammens. That's where my brain is. Anyway, the quick one, as you guys can see on your screen, Martinez has signed a new deal at the club. So, I'm going to ask a question to the chat. What do you think happened here? What do you think happened here? Because were Man United seriously in for him? I think United could have got him if they didn't get Lammens. I think they wanted a goalkeeper. I don't think they were serious enough to have him as an alternative. But I just think it's quite interesting that as soon as the Lammens deal happened, we heard news that Emi Martinez signed a new 4-year deal. So did they want to sell him or not? And they've also bought in a new goalkeeper. So I want to know what you guys think about that situation. Let me quickly go through the chat a bit more. Where am I? The chat is chatting, but not the way that BB says chatting. I mean, just literally, you guys are chatting. Go back to the pick, man. Flipping back. What? So rejoice, chat. We upgraded our goalkeeper today. No matter who we get, time will tell. Yeah, guys. I think Lammens is already better than Onana. So I'm all right, guys. I'm cool. I'm not as angry, annoyed as you guys are. Seriously, I looked at videos of Lammens. He looks good, real good. But I then looked up videos of Onana the 2 seasons before United, and he looked amazing. It's like he was replaced by his evil twin. Senne Lammens. Eddie, is Onana putting black men down? What do you mean, Eddie? I need you to explain how him being a goalkeeper that's not good enough, how that puts black men down. You need to join the 2 dots. If I'm not good enough at my job, do I put black men down? If a white person is not good enough at their job, do they put white men? You need to clarify what you're saying, Eddie, for me. Do you mean in the context of the Premier League? Or yeah. In the context of Premier League, is that what you mean? I don't know. Alfred Gideon says, I think we need more characters in a goalkeeper, included with abilities. I think Dubu has all that. He can lead the back line, but I spoke with a Villa fan and he said, I wish you good luck. I think if you speak to a lot of Villa fans, they will say, listen, this guy is a bit erratic. He's not perfect. And there's a stat going around that he had more errors leading to goals last season than Andre Onana. So Andre Onana, with the pressure of playing for Man United, all the mistakes he made last season, Martinez made more, apparently. He made more. So I'm just saying, guys, that's another reason why I did not want Martinez. I don't want to replace an error-prone goalkeeper with another erratic, error-prone goalkeeper. It just doesn't make too much sense to me. But I still would have taken him in a way. In a way, I still would have taken him over the goalkeepers that we have. Where did Collier go? Yeah, West Brom. Alfred got it right already. Alfred in the chat, spot on. It is West Brom. Alfred says also the time taken to bid for Mbuemo and almost wait for 2 weeks for a Baleba is stupid. Yes, listen, we were here on this channel with the whole Mbuemo situation. Every day was a new tweet. We got told that the medical was going to happen next week and didn't happen. The Mbuemo saga was annoying as hell. So yeah, listen, I can't sit here and be high and mighty and act like I wasn't frustrated like the rest of you guys. I was. You saw me here. I was frustrated as fuck. Sorry, swearing. However, I will say this, you know me, I like to look at things from multiple perspectives. The club tried their best to get a good fee for Mbuemo so they can do more stuff, right? You guys want them to buy more players, right? You want them to buy a midfielder, but when the club are trying to negotiate a lower fee for a player so they can go out and do more business, we get frustrated. So it's just life. Listen, I'm telling you, football is not black and white, and it's not black and white on this channel. In this channel, we do the nuance. We look at things. We can be frustrated, but we can look at the other side. There's always another side. There's always 2, 3, 4, 5 different perspectives on any different issue. If we didn't try to haggle and we bid 70 million and we bought him for 70 million, a lot of people would have said, Man United getting their pants pulled down again. In the end, you can argue we still got our pants pulled down in the end anyway, right? But I understand Man United trying, and Ineos trying to show that they're not like the others. They're not going to be taken for granted. They're not going to have their pants pulled down. We're not going to pay the fee. I understand that sort of trying to change a culture. I get that from Ineos. I really do. So, yeah. Collier played well at West Brom, says TK. But listen, despite me saying these things, the time taken to get Mbuemo was crazy. Don't ever get it twisted. 2 things are right. 2 things can be right. The time it takes to get Mbuemo was ridiculous. But at the same time, it's also encouraging to see the club trying to get lower fees for their players. Bitch Bulldog, wish I was overweight in finances instead of on fire finances. Man got me depressed on finances. That's funny. It's an old news, says Alfred. Eddie says, is he letting Black down as a collective being? So I don't know. Listen, that is a perspective that you can have, Eddie. I can't tell you what to think. But I still don't really fully get what you're saying. Are you saying because he's a shit goalkeeper and he's black, he's letting down the whole black race? Bro, is that what you're saying? Because if you're doing that, we're gonna have to apply that logic to every other race and every other shit player. Is Bob Jones, that the Turkish guy down the road who is shit? Is he letting down the whole of Turkey? I don't know where you're going with this, Eddie. That's why I don't understand. There's a million good black players. There's Pele. There's Pele's letting the black side up while not? I don't know what you mean, bro. The ones where you're trying to get in someone's head, you're trying to answer a question where I don't fully understand the question. And it's hard to have these conversations online when you guys are obviously messaging and I've got the ability to express myself even more because I've got the mic and I've got words. You guys have just got the text messages. So it's more difficult for you guys to portray what you really mean through text. So I've got to try to interpret what you're saying. To be honest, guys, I don't even want to talk about race and all these things. I don't even want to talk about that stuff right now. This is transfer deadline. But I hope I've answered your question, Eddie. You know, I don't want to ignore people. So I hope I've answered your question, bro. Either way, I don't think he's letting anyone down apart from himself. Onana is an individual from Cameroon and he's a goalkeeper. And him being shit has got nothing to do with me, and he's got nothing to do with you, got nothing to do with British Bulldog, got nothing to do with TK, got nothing to do with Shivam or Alfred. Him being shit is him being shit. And that's it. Just like buying there being shit. Buying there is not letting Turkish down. I don't buy into that stuff anyway. That's what I'm going to say on that matter. Let's move on. Where have I gone? The camera's gone. I'm back. Oh yeah, I'm back. Yay. All right. I'm not frozen anymore. False facts. I might throw the ball in the net with no pressure. The other keeper might make a mistake. That was not entirely his fault. Martinez is one of the best keepers in the Prem. From the worst to one of the next would have been. British Bulldog is still pushing for Martinez. Making his point, really. Making his point that Martinez is one of the best keepers in the Premier League. Let's not forget how good Martinez was and Martinez is. Essentially is what British Bulldog is saying. Put some respect on Martinez's name. I hear it. I hear it. As Shivam says, as per PSR and FFP, we have spent negligible amount in the window. What if Baleba and Wharton doesn't come next year? Are we done? See, Shivam, that's a good point, Shivs. It's a good point. Will you be still saying this window is better than 4 out of 5? We are shambles. I can rate this window objectively, just based on what we've done, just objectively, right? But I can also rate it subjectively too. You know, I can also take other things into context. You're right though, Shivs. What if Baleba and Wharton don't come next year? But the question is, Shivam, we wouldn't have got them this year. Like, those are the two players that we want, and we're not going below those two players. We're not going to reduce our standard and go for a stopgap just because, right? We want the best of the best, apparently, right? We can't get those two players this year anyway. So we can only get them next year. We've already tapped up Baleba. So we hope after tapping him up, he's Cameroonian. He wants to play for Man United, right? And I don't know about Adam Wharton, but we'll see. You're making a good point though, Shivam. You're making a good point. We don't know. We don't know, bro. We don't know. But listen, guys, I get it. Not getting a midfielder in is a bummer. It is not good. And we needed a midfielder in. This season, the manager is going to have to play a certain way, do something that protects both Bruno and Casemiro in that double pivot. And what it seems like he's done, if you know, especially if you guys check out my tactical analysis video, one of the reasons why he's playing this fluid front three, those 3 10s, is also because he knows that double pivot is fragile. When we play with Sesko or an all-out striker, we have less control in the middle. He plays Cunha up front so Cunha can drop deep and link up and overload that midfield area. One of the reasons why is because we are light in that double pivot. So, Shivam making some points. Alfred Gideon. Bro, that name is sick, bro. I don't care. I'm going to read it out again. Alfred Gideon. Do you know why I think it's good? Because it's like Moff Gideon. Moff Gideon from Star Wars, right? I don't care if he's a bad guy. Moff Gideon was... He's Esposito, Giancarlo character. Is it? No, Mandalorian. Yeah. Mandalorian. Hey, listen, Mandalorian, I love the Mandalorian, bro. Mandalorian's a 6 series, you know. Don't hate. Alfred Gideon said, not against Amrim, but should we be concerned against Casemiro playing at Anfield or Etihad or Stamford Bridge or White Hart Lane or with only 2 midfielders with Bruno not even at 8? Alfred, I think we all share your concern. But I will do what I do best and flip it and give you something to think about. Out of the 2, Casemiro and Bruno, Casemiro is the one that has the better games against the bigger opposition. He's the one that turns up and wins the headers and scores a goal. In the big games, Casemiro turns up more than Bruno does. He does. But that's still not your point. Your point is his legs. Casemiro, I just wish we had a 22-year-old Casemiro. Casemiro, the thing about Casemiro, yeah, what I don't like about Cas as well, yeah, is when the player gets past him and he does that last ditch tackle like he's trying to get a red card. I'm always like, Casemiro, stop with that. When the player's gone past you, don't stop with that shit. You guys know what I'm talking about. That slide tackle that he does, where he misses the player and almost wipes him out, almost gets a red, but he doesn't really get the player. That last ditch slide tackle, because he knows he cannot keep up with them. He knows they've gone past him. And I see that with Casemiro at least twice a game. Bro, Cas doesn't have the legs, man. He just doesn't have the legs. Shivam says, I'm convinced we're not getting Baleba or Wharton next summer. Top 4 clubs with Champions League money won't let us get them. Good point, Shivam. Good point. We might not. Listen, the future is the future. Ifs, buts, maybes, all these things. We don't know. We don't know. And that's another reason why I wanted to get Baleba this summer. I wanted us to try, because I'm with you when it comes to Baleba this summer. I wanted us to get Baleba this summer. I was on the Baleba train. You guys know this. I was the one that was saying, listen, I've got information. We've been speaking to Baleba for weeks. We've been doing this for weeks. I was on the Baleba hype. I love Baleba. But I don't know, guys. Bro, Eddie. Eddie said, I'm playing dumb. It was a joke. Bro, I'm in a serious mode. But apologies, bro. Apologies, Eddie. I apologize, Eddie. That's what I'm saying. I can't always know on the, through text and through messages that you guys are bantering, bro. From now on, if you're making a joke, yeah, put low at this. Put low afterwards. I'm neurodivergent. I don't always know. I'm autistic. All right, there you go. I've let it out. Everyone knows now. I'm gonna put down this vodka though. Gone all funny screen. Oh yeah, that was before. Alfred says, I kind of get him if I'm a Korean. I want Son and Kang and Lee Wang to succeed. I think it's kind of similar that we just want our people to succeed in an environment which is socially. Oh, Alfred is. I hear that, Alfred. I hear that. Frozen wisdom. That's, you guys are funny. I thought you went to SLB after seeing the transfer after seeing the transfer window freezing. Shivam, you want me to curl up in my bed and cry or rock back and forward, didn't it? Like, listen, it's not a perfect transfer window. It's not, but it is what it is. Let's see what we have here. I've put this up on screen because I've seen a lot of people talk about this, guys. I've seen a lot of people talk about this, and when you put something visually in front of you, it makes it real. It pushes it to the forefront of your mind. Look at that list, people, of our midfield signings. Look at that list and talk to me. Talk to me. Because it goes back to Shivam, British Bulldog, to what a lot of you men are saying about us not getting a midfielder this summer. And you guys are frustrated. You guys are annoyed. But ignoring the midfield is Manchester United's culture over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, ignoring the midfield is our thing. That's what we do. Right? Look at this. The only signing that I can say that was of real quality is Pogba. Van der Beek, Fred, Matic was okay for a few years, but only for a few years because he was old. But Matic also came when he didn't have any legs, when he was losing his legs, Matic. Ugarte, Amrabat, Eriksen, Van der Beek. Look, forget Pogba. Forget even going that far back, guys. Look at the last 5 years from 2020. Van der Beek, then we got nobody. Eriksen and Casemiro. Yes, Bruno. I think they forgot Bruno. Bruno should be there with Van der Beek, right? But other than that, Amrabat, Ugarte, we have, and we've been criminals. We have been criminals. This is not. This should be a crime, and somebody should get arrested. When you see this, you're like, what? This is Manchester United. We've gone from Carrick's, Scholes', Keane's, even like people like Sebastian Veron, who only lasted like a season or two. But those are the quality midfielders that we were getting, right?
Is it being exposed now that the midfield is so important? Is that what it is?
So this is crazy, people. It's crazy. I'm going to leave it up there for you guys to get angry. If you want to get angry if you want. I don't mind. But let me know your thoughts. Let me check the chat before we move on. Yes, Bulldog Shaka Hislop. British Bulldog says Eddie. Eddie's TK said move Euro to CM until we listen. TK, that might not even work. You know, Lenny Euro is such a baller, bro. Lenny Euro is such. I don't think you guys understand how good Lenny Euro. And let me just remind you one more time. He came at age 18, 19, and he's playing football. Put it this way: he's 19 years old and he's our best defender. Let that sink in. It's not saying like deleting all these guys are rubbish, but he's 19 and he is our best defender and most consistent footballer. How can he, Lenny Euro, be our most consistent footballer on the fucking pitch every game? Look at that. Have a good game. Have a good game and have a good game and have a good game. He's that one player that you're like, listen, he's going to give me a 7 out of 10. Maybe not, maybe a 6 out of 10, but he's going to give me that today. Take a bow, Lenny. Take a fucking bow, my friend. Eddie says he just thinks he's good because he's on Airfane. Airfane said 4. I think I'm the only one in the chat that thinks we've had a decent window. I think I'm going to be outvoted when it comes to the poll. Because a lot of you guys are not happy about this window at all. I get it. Erfane says slow FC in the transfer market. Jim out. Ooh, Jim Radcliffe out, says Erfane. Already Ineos out. Erfane is not mincing his words at all, boy. He knows what he wants. Jim, get the hell out of there, says Erfane. Martin 14, we can't fix all the problems in one window. Martin, big up Martin 14. Martin coming with a bit of objectivity, if I can call it that, Martin. You know, we can't fix all the problems in one window. That is the quote. And that's also one of my stances. Listen, I have multiple different thoughts going in my head, but that is definitely one of the thoughts. We can't fix everything this window. Alfred says Amram's been set up to fail. Erfane says Glazer is toxic and slow in the transfer market. Shivam, if Amram is sacked next year, who is to blame? Players or managers or the management for not getting the CM and its top starting goalkeeper? It depends, I think. Like, I still think he could do something with the squad that he has, right? And also, I think the club, and I've said this before, the club knows that we need a centre midfielder. Like, I don't think we should underestimate what Wilcox and these guys understand. They know we need a midfielder. They know what we need, but they're choosing to do it over multiple seasons because they think we've got the time. And they think that what we have right now is enough to get us into Europe, right? So whether that happens or not, guys, only time will tell. Only time will tell. On your screen, you guys can see. And I know Indicalia hasn't always been right. I know some of you guys have your reservations, as so have I. And Eddie, we've spoken about it. So before Eddie says anything in the chat, I know Eddie. Take it with a massive pile of salt. Yeah, take this. But as you guys can see, this will be Oliver Glasner last season at Crystal Palace, guys. Any new contract signed will have a release clause. This contract, if signed, will be for PR marketing reasons only. The manager is very ambitious and is eyeing up one particular job in the Premier League. And then they've gone and tweeted this, people. As exclusively revealed by us last week, Oliver Glasner has big admirers at Manchester United. If the manager position becomes available, then Oliver Glasner would be keen to take the job. I know Indicalia isn't always reliable, but I also know this news is going to fill a lot of you guys, some of you guys, with a lot of confidence, because Oliver Glasner is well sought after by, I know TK in the chat, definitely. And it's interesting that we was only speaking about Oliver Glasner the other day, and all of a sudden we're starting to hear news about he's not going to sign a new contract. His contract runs out next year. The same time, I think Amrim contract runs out. I did say, and I've said before, that I think Amrim could be the manager we have for the rebuild. As soon as we got our midfielders in, Glasner, will take Wharton with him. Let's hope he takes Wharton with him, and then we get Baleba. Boom, bam, thank you, ma'am. Bob's your uncle and your auntie's brother. And we're all good. Yep, TK, that's what the tweet says from Indicalia, that he's eyeing up the Manchester United job, people. So that's a bit of news for you on transfer deadline day. Let's go back up quickly, see what Erfane says. I need Qatar for the transfer. I wish, Erfane. I wish, man. I wanted a full buyout of the club as well, Erfane. Unfortunately, it just didn't happen. Alfred says, also, Amrabat was on loan and Eriksen we got on a free, says Alfred. Chelsea got Enzo and Caicedo in a single summer. Yeah, Alfred. I'm assuming you're referring to that list that we had up, yeah? That list of central midfielders, man. It's, when you see that list, bro, it's crazy. It's crazy when you see that list. How neglected our midfield was. Pogba, yeah, was dying to be paired with two world-class midfielders with him. He was dying. He was like, please get me a world-class midfielder that I can go off and do my own thing and not play DM all day. And we just couldn't do it. We tried Matic. Matic don't have the legs. Then we paired Pogba up with Fred. Then we tried to get Van der Beek. Like, insane. Insane. The best football club, or the biggest football club in the world, guys. It is what it is. Alfred said Indicalia had a better window than Man United. No, you ain't lying, bro. You ain't lying. Shivam says, I can't have a Glasner. Who is he? Please, if we sack Amrin, which I think won't happen for the next 2 to 3 years at least, I will only consider Frank or Eddie. I hear you. Shivam, Frank, Thomas, the Frank engine at Tottenham, right? And Eddie Howe at Newcastle. The thing is, both those managers that you've mentioned have had the similar trajectory as what Glasner is doing now. I think those three managers, Howe, Glasner, and Frank, are similar levels, but Eddie Howe and Frank have just more experience in the Premier League and just have more things to prove that they're good, right? They have a bigger body of work in the Premier League than Glasner. I'm not against any of those two. I would take Thomas Frank. I've said it already. I like Thomas Frank and I like Eddie Howe, but I also like Glasner. I don't mind Glasner. I like Glasner. By the way, guys, I've just got information that the Guehi to Liverpool deal is off. Guehi to Liverpool is off, people. It is not going to happen. Apparently, Crystal Palace have changed their mind. I do not think Palace can bring in the player or a replacement in time. Guehi to Liverpool is off. Good news for Manchester United, because I ain't gonna lie, guys, Liverpool's defense has been looking kind of weird, and we don't want Liverpool to be getting Isak, and we don't want them to also be getting Guehi. We don't need this. We don't need it, and we don't want it. So if this deal is really off, as Fabrizio Romano has said, the deal has collapsed, people. Beautiful. Beautiful news. Liverpool are the ops. They are the ops. The number one ops. We do not need Liverpool to be successful. We don't. Also, guys, it's important to remember that up until 9 o'clock, we can still officially make signings. So even though 7 p.m. is the deadline, there's that sort of grace period where if, you know, you can pay a fine and still make signings up until 9 p.m. tonight. So don't forget that, people. Do not forget that. Let's see the chat. Maybe Glasner is at. Yep, read that already. Shivam's one. I read Shivam's one already. Now it's only Amorim tactics that can help us get 5th position. That's interesting, Shivam, because I'm thinking that we'll get 5th or 6th or something, not based on Amorim's tactics, but based on the players and their individual brilliance. But that's because I think I don't have as much faith in Amorim as other people. I think Amorim's a limited coach from what I've seen and how I've analysed his tactics. I need him to be more flexible. I think I think he can be more flexible, and he's shown a bit of that with, like I said, the fluid 3 at the front, and the 10s or whatnot. But his persistence with the 2 in the midfield, even though he doesn't have the 2 that he needs, is quite frustrating, let's say. Alfred says, big up Shivam, mate. My eyes need bleach after watching my timeline. People wishing Sancho and Ghana. Listen, it's all right to listen. You don't need to love these players, but if you want them to go and they're gone, that's it. Wash your hands of the players and move on. That's what I say. Don't do the whole get angry and get upset. Listen, they're gone now. They're gone. You know, that's what I say anyway. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do, guys, but that's what I say. Shivam says, Wiz, how wonderful are Newcastle CP managed? Same owners, crazily doing amazing, both of the clubs. Yeah, Newcastle are doing bits, but Newcastle owners are the richest owners in the Premier League, aren't they? Yeah, I think they're the richest owners in the league, Newcastle owners. But this whole Isak thing, yeah, it wasn't good. It didn't put Newcastle in a good light. And the fact that Newcastle, especially, you know, at the beginning of the window, were getting rejected by everybody. It wasn't a good look either. TK said, did you guys know that 5 of our 7 coaching staff are Portuguese? Yeah, TK. They're Amorim's coaching staff. So yeah, also TK, they're all quite young. I think 5 out of 7 of them are all under the age of 40, I believe. They're very, very young, the coaches. Very young. Balaji, big up Balaji in the chat, people. Oh, so which new player have we signed? Balaji, I don't want to disappoint you, but you might be happy actually. We've signed a new goalkeeper, Balaji, which is what we wanted. We've signed the new goalkeeper at the back, and we signed a new striker. I think most people, if you ask them before the transfer window opened, which 2 positions do we most need to strengthen? most people is out there online said striker position and goalkeeper position. And we've done that. We strengthened both. We've got Lammens over the line, Bolaji, and we didn't get Martinez. We got Lammens instead, which, as I said before, has divided opinions. Let me know which one did you wanted as well, Bolaji. If you wanted Lammens or if you wanted Martinez, let me know. All right, let's quickly wrap up all the outgoings from Manchester United. Who has left the football club over the summer? Let's quickly go through them together as a community so we know some stuff. So we know what the hell's going on. So let's do it. Players departed, guys, who have left the club. Christian Eriksen. We know Christian Eriksen's contract was not renewed. He ran down his contract and he left. Previously, Victor Lindelof, the exact same. His contract wasn't renewed. He's left. And also Victor Lindelof has signed with Aston Villa today. So we will be seeing Victor in the Premier League once again. Hubert, Graczyk has been released. Jack Kingdon been released. These are players that just didn't make it. Some of these guys are academy players, clearly. Sam Murray, Tom Myles, James Nolan, Tom Wooster, Jonny Evans, as you know, contract was not renewed, but he has moved to a different position at Manchester United. So cool. Loans out of the club, as we know, Marcus Rashford has gone to Barcelona for a year. It's also with an option to buy. So hopefully that loan will turn into a permanent deal. Sonny Al-Joffrey loaned to Notts County. A lot of these guys will be youngsters who we've loaned out with the intention of coming back and proving to us that they're good enough to be at the club. So we have Toby Collier, as we know, has gone to West Brom. Dan Gore, you guys know Dan Gore. Dan Gore has been loaned to Rotherham. Elijah Harrison, Shrewsbury loan. Joe Hugill, Barnet loan. Jack Morehouse, Leyton Orient loan. Ugini Habib, Newport County loan. VTech people. VTech, which is the goalkeeper on a lot of people's lips. Radek VTech is on loan, as we know, at Bristol City. Wheatley, a striker that we've seen in previous years. We've seen Wheatley at pre-season. Pre-season last year, we saw Wheatley. You know, he is on loan at Northampton. And Enzo Cunha is a free agent and then loaned to... Yeah, he's a guy that we've just signed. Enzo Cunha is someone to look at, guys. We've signed him very, very recently. I think this summer, right? We've signed him and we've loaned him straight back to Lausanne Sport. Apparently he's good. So we'll look out for him. Back to the sort of the first teamers. Garnacho, we know, has gone to Chelsea. Antony's gone to Betis. Sancho, loan deal to Villa. And Hojlund, loan move to Napoli with obligation. So yeah. Well, yeah, doesn't matter. So that's a list of all the outgoings. So you guys know this stuff. We're Man United fans. We don't need to know every detail of everything, but I'm here to provide you with the facts. You guys now know the full list of players that have left the club, from academy graduates all the way down to first teamers, guys. So that is your list, your official list of all Manchester United exits this summer. Once again, it's there, as you can see. All right. So let's quickly read the chat before we move on. Shivam's making me laugh. We got Wharton and Lammens in. Yeah, TK, very young coaches. That's one of the reasons why, do you know what? It's so easy to start dislike at Amrim, because in my head, when we were losing all last season, I'm thinking, you came over to Man United with your flipping coaches that are younger than me, like, who just literally got their badges. Some of them that Sporting Lisbon job was their first job for most of them. These coaches that we have at our club are very new to football. Some of them have never played football. So you need to understand this about our coaching staff. It's not really spoken about, United's coaching staff, but that's what it is. They're very young and they're actually very inexperienced. But it doesn't mean that they can't do their job. It doesn't mean that. Alfred Gideon says, Wizzy, I think we somehow find a way against the top 5, but we seem to struggle against low block teams depending on counter and set pieces. Yes, that's been United's issue for a while. The inability to keep the ball, the inability to rotate the ball, pin teams back who play with the low block and find the space, use the movement, find spaces in between the line and penetrate a low line. Ten Hag has built a transitional football team. We play on a transition. To be honest, if you watch Manchester United over the years, whether it's Rooney team, the Ronaldo team, we've always been a team that counter-attacked. We've always been a team that plays on the transition and feel more comfortable doing so. We've always been that team. We just didn't understand it. But these new managers, the Ten Hags, and for me, Amram to a certain extent, they are transitional managers. Amram doesn't play with a midfield 3. He bypasses the midfield. Anybody, he only plays with a midfield 2 and chooses to start a match with 3 centre-backs. You need to understand, our spare man in the system that we play, the spare man is a centre-back. Not a right winger, not an attacking player. Our spare man is a defensive player. We often, in Amram's system, start with 7 defensive players. And I've said it many, many times. You cannot play attacking football, penetrate teams who play with a deeper line if you're starting mostly with defenders on the pitch. So there are various reasons why we cannot penetrate low blocks or find it hard to. One, all teams find it hard to do it anyway. Let's not pretend like penetrating low blocks is easy. All teams find it hard, but we especially find it hard. We need to recruit for a certain type of player. There's no point buying players that are good on the transition, but can't control the ball and can't play intelligently. We also need to buy intelligent footballers. That's how you unlock defensive. Like Paul Scholes used to do things like scoop the ball over. If there's a low block and Scholes and Keane are playing, Scholes will sometimes, Scholes is scoop that ball over the top to Van Nistelrooy. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's scooping the ball over the top for a striker. We just need to be more creative, but that's just me, man. That's just me. Bolaji says, are we still on or active on Baleba deal? Bolaji, I think a lot of us gave up on the Baleba dream. Like, I had to give it up. I had to let it go, bro. And as painful as it is, we have to let it go and just hope and cross our fingers that it happens next year. The Baleba thing was fleeting in the wind. It came and it went just like that. These guys dangled the carrot in front of us right before they launched the 3rd kit. We all bought the 3rd kit, and then a day later they said, we ain't getting Baleba. They swindled us. They swindled me and TK know. They swindled us. But it is what it is. Also, guys, as you guys can see on your screens, this is Real Betis's announcement for Antony. This is good. This is great. They're saying the GOAT is back. They're calling Antony the GOAT. Listen, that is sweet. If I can say so myself, this is why Antony wants to go back there. I'll say this and I'll say this again. There are some footballers that need to go where they are loved. Whether your name is Eric Cantona and you need Fergie to put his arm around you and get the best out of you, or you're Luis Nani, or you're Antony, or Jadon Sancho, or Anthony Martial. Those kind of players who need the manager to put the arm around them and say, you're the guy. I trust you. and I have faith in you. Thierry Henry was the same. Thierry Henry wasn't cutting it at Juventus. Went to Arsenal. Everyone was saying, why are Arsenal spending 30 million or whatever on Thierry flipping Henry? You couldn't even make it at Juventus. What the hell are you doing? Wenger put his arm around the guy, said, listen, I have faith in you. You're the guy. There are some players who just need that assurance from their manager in order to play football. Need to be trusted. Need to feel that trust. You know? And I get it. Antony the GOAT, apparently. Antony the damn GOAT. Quickly see the chat quickly. Shivam. So Shivs, you think we're gonna get Baleba in January? And do you guys are you guys thinking about what's going on with him? Because I see that Baleba has been subbed off in every Premier League game that Brighton have played. He's been subbed off. Do you guys honestly think we can get Baleba in January? I think it might be a harder deal to do in January, you know, guys. But let me know, because Shivam says we can get it in January. Akanji loan to Inter. Gundogan to Gallas, Edison to... TK, is this the Atalanta Edison? As in the midfielder? Because I was going to ask the chat what's happened to Edison from Atalanta. We were linked to Edison for a while, and I haven't seen or heard anything about Edison. What's happened with Edison, chat? What's going on with him? What?
And it's even worse because they sacked Jose and then brought in the players he wanted.
Oh no, it is Edison. Alfred says also Dalla was much more forward than Dorgu. Reckons something brewing behind the doors.
It's this. Now someone's saying it's this. It's the other Edison. Wait.
Oh, Man City Edison. The goalkeeper. Okay. Yeah. All right. Whew. But it still stands. Atalanta's Edison, yeah, was on everyone's tongues, everyone's lips about 2 years ago. I thought this summer he would get a move. So why? What's going on? Yep, Donnarumma has completed his move to City. So Donnarumma will probably be the #1 goalkeeper and replace the new English goalkeeper that City have signed. Milton, big up Milts, bro. Big up Milton in the chat. Balaji. Wharton is also good. Hope Kobe stays. We need him to stay. Balaji, we definitely need him to stay now. Guys, what do you also think? Question to the chat about the fact that the manager says Bruno is Kobe's competition, right? Bruno is Kobe's competition. However, guys, the last 2 games, we've seen Bruno and Kobe together. So how did the manager go from, I'm not playing Bruno and Kobe together, is Bruno all Kobe, Bruno's Kobe's competition, to last 2 games, we haven't seen Ugarte and we've seen Kobe. Is it just because of the contract situation and they're playing him to keep him quiet and then they're going to go back to normal? Or has there been shift in mentality from our manager? Let me know what you guys think about that. I'm interested to know what you think about the whole Bruno versus Kobe, Bruno playing with Kobe all of a sudden. Yeah, I'll be curious to know what the chat thinks about that. Look at Rasmus and Scott McTominay reunited at Napoli, guys. What a great picture. What a great picture. 2 guys that both wanted to stay at United. They're both United fans, both of them. And, you know, they're both going to be reunited. And Napoli, as far as I'm concerned, they're probably going to win the league again. Right? So, Hojlund, at the end of this season, could have an Italian winner's medal. Lukaku's injured, and Hojlund will probably play some games. I think this is a good move for Hojlund. I've got no issues with Hojlund. I think he'll be fine at Napoli. Slower league, you know. So he's pace will be more of an asset in that league as well. So I think he'll be fine. It's a league that he came from. He knows the league. I've got no problems with or no concerns about Hojlund, to be honest. Big up Milton. Antony had some skills, but not the complete player maybe at United. Antony, I always say, to play in the Premier League, you need to be strong like an ox, especially a forward player against the Premier League defenders. These Premier League defenders are strong like an ox. Sancho's, the Antonys, the only way you can get the best out of those sort of players, those sort of like players that are not strong physically but are good technically, is if you have a team like Man City or Barcelona that is just full with technical players. So all they're doing is tiki-taka, and passing through players, right? The way that we play, this counter-attacking, quick football, we need athletes. We need players who can, we need like a Brian Mbuemo. It's very difficult to just barge Brian Mbuemo off the ball. Cunha is the same. Sancho and Antony, you knock them, you blow at them and they'll fall over. Strength, athleticism is so important in this league. And just because a player doesn't have it, it doesn't mean they're crap. And that's one thing I want people in this chat to stop saying. Stop saying people who don't make it in the Premier League are bad. There are more than one league in the world, and the physicality of the league often makes it less technical. Think about it. The more pace and power you use, the more you use your speed, the more you use your strength to get by, the less you use your technicality. So when it translates to international football, England can't get over the line when it comes to international football. They can't, because our league is so physical, it sometimes forgets the technical. So when it comes to international football, the Spains, the Frances, they have the technical. We got beaten by Italy in the Euros final. We had better players, apparently. The Italians were just more technical and tactical. So a more physical and quicker league, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily mean or translate to better. It does most of the time, but not always. Let's not buy another player from Atalanta. We learnt from the Rasmus fiasco, have we not? True TK, because Atalanta took the piss. Rasmus should have never cost us £72 million, guys. Like, that signing was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Milton says Fenerbahce recovering after sacking Mourinho. TK says 4 of our former managers were whacked in the last 12. 4? I thought it was 3. I know Oli, Jose and Ten Hag have just literally been fired in the last day or so. Who's the 4th one, TK? Rude. Oh, Rude. Oh. I didn't even know about Rude. Did I? Wow, bro. The Man United curse is real, TK. The Man United curse is real. Milton says, nope, that's Alfred. Alfred, I view Kobe as a Gravenberch. Rather, Bruno, he cannot play as an 8. He just sluggish a bit. But with Bruno and Casemiro leaving next summer, why would he want a move? Yeah, Kobe's issue is he isn't dynamic. Kobe isn't dynamic. He's very, I wouldn't say slow. His football style is languid. You know that Berbatov, Martial style. Even Kobe's running quickly. Kobe is so smooth when he runs. It doesn't look like he's being frantic. It doesn't look like he's being energetic, even though he is. I think Kobe has a style issue, especially in the Premier League in this country. They don't really like players who with that kind of style, because Kobe could have the distance Kobe runs in a match here could be the same as Bruno's. We don't know, but it just looks like Bruno's doing so much more than Kobe. Like, Bruno never gets injured, and Bruno goes up and down the pitch. He goes everywhere all day long. Bruno covers distances, whereas Kobe like I said, Kobe doesn't come across as being as dynamic, as athletic. He can't go up and down the pitch for me as much, which is an issue. However, because Kobe's only 20 years old, I'm not willing to write him off. I'm saying, listen, let's see what this guy can do in the next 2 years. I feel like anybody you play in that double pivot position will find it difficult. Not many people play with two-man midfield. It's difficult to play with a two-man midfield. I think even when we get Baleba and Wharton, I think we will be better. But don't be surprised if those two also struggle a little bit. I feel like it's difficult, guys, to play with a two-man midfield in the Premier League. I really do. TK says Kobe trots, doesn't sprint. Well, there you go, TK. There you go. Kobe has that sort of, and you can't trot. To play in that double pivot, you got to be sprinting up and down the place. You got to be running like a madman. I said it many times, guys. That double pivot position, yeah, those two midfielders in Amram's system, it's a workhorse position. I keep saying you're supposed to just be working and running like a madman. TK says, isn't Casemiro faster than Kobe? He might be, you know. He might be. Anyway, guys, if you guys are interested, Alejandro Garnacho, he apparently asked ChatGPT to write him a farewell message to Manchester United. The reason why we know is because you can tell. You can put the message through software and the software will tell you that it's been generated by AI. So Alejandro's message to Manchester United fans came from ChatGPT. I don't know if any of you care, but it is news. It is news. If you guys haven't read the message from Garnacho, I can read it out for you. He says, after an unforgettable 5 years, this special chapter in my life now comes to a close. We have created moments that will stay with me forever, and I'm very grateful for this. To the coaches, staff, and my teammates, thank you for believing in me. Every time I wore the badge, I gave everything I had. I leave proud of what we achieved together and excited for what's to come. Wishing the club nothing but success for the future while I look forward to giving my all in the next chapter of my career. In my opinion, loads of people use ChatGPT to do loads of things. So the idea that he's used ChatGPT to formulate his goodbye message, I don't know if I care that much about it. It's not everything that happens you have to have you should care about, or you should have strong feelings, strong toxic feelings for. Sometimes something happens, you acknowledge it happens, and then you carry on about your day. And it's interesting, but that's it, guys. Milton says, was it Kyle Walker who brought down our player, the Speed King? Ahmad. Was he, did he, wait. Are you talking about Amad Diallo in the Burnley game? I'm confused. Was Kyle Walker play for Burnley? He does, doesn't he? Anyway, let's see what else has happened, guys. Let's see what other teams have done. Let's quickly see what the competition is saying. Cool. So Arsenal first. Yeah. I think it was Kyle Walker, wasn't it, that pulled him down Milts? Yeah. But Kyle Walker is not. He's an old man now, bro. He's an old man. Arsenal. Let's quickly look what Arsenal have done. Arsenal have released Jorginho. I don't know who that player is. Oyedeji. Released Thorne. Released Kieran Tierney. Raheem Sterling, end of his loan. Neto, end of loan. Marquinhos, transfer out. So those are sort of the main players that they've sold. They've bought Kepa, as we know. They've bought Zubamendi, Christian Norgard, Noni Madueke, Mascara. I don't think we've seen Mascara yet. Have we? All right, when Saliba got injured, yes. When Saliba got injured, he came on. Yeah, you're right. And Victor Gyökeres, and of course, Eze. So what are we looking at? We're looking at Eze, Gyökeres, Mascara, Madueke, Norgard, Zubamendi, and Kepa. 7 signings. Is that why you guys are frustrated? Because we finished in a lower position than Arsenal. Arsenal still made 7 signings, and we only made 4 or 5, if you include Diogo Leon. And I think the expectation, and we can talk about what you guys expected. I think a lot of you guys expected us to make more signings. I think the club wanted to make more signings, but didn't anticipate Mbuemo to be as much. I mean, if we bought Mbuemo for 45 million, bought Sesko for 55, who knows, we could have made more signings. But then some of you guys in the chat said, why get Mbuemo this year? Why not get him next year? Who knows? I understand all of that as well. Jorginho has gone to Flamengo Milton. Flamengo, the Brazilian team. Yeah, one thing about Arsenal's balance sheets, yeah, Alfred is right. Their outgoings, I think Arteta and Arsenal wanted sales. They wanted to sell Martinelli. They wanted to sell Trossard. They needed outgoings. Right now, Arsenal's balance books are not balancing that much. They've signed 7 players and they haven't really made a substantial sell, Arsenal. They haven't. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know where you guys are putting Arsenal this year. I don't think Arsenal will win the league again. I think their defense is real good. Their defense is always going to be their strongest part. Maybe arguably the best defense in the league. People are going to always struggle to score against Arsenal. And the defense is the best form of attack. And we know defenses wins leagues. They do. But Arsenal's attack, people. Arsenal and the way Arteta has Arsenal playing, it's so pragmatic. It's so boring. It's not eventful. It's not eventful or inventful. It's just boring. And if Saka's not doing anything, then Arsenal are just having to rely on set pieces and crosses. Arsenal are not a good football team to watch. They're not. I would argue with anybody. They're not. They're not winning the league this year. I'll be very, very surprised. But I don't want Liverpool to win it. So we're going to have to decide, people, the better of the evils. We don't want Liverpool to win it again. I don't like Arsenal. We don't want Man City winning it. I guess maybe Chelsea. Maybe Chelsea. I don't know. Let's quickly look at Man City and Liverpool. Or Chelsea. Yeah. Milton, they released Jorginho. I think they started on the Baleba inquiry, but then switched from midfield to goalkeeper in the last week, says Milton. Milton says Liverpool and Arsenal was very slow until that free kick. Yeah, that game, I wasn't impressed by that match at all, Milton, if I'm going to be honest. But the free kick was a worldie, though. Like, that free kick was madness, bro. That knockable. Everyone's doing that knockable thing. Crazy free kick. Anyway, we'll just quickly run through Man City's, Chelsea's, and then Liverpool's, and then we're done, guys. Man City done most of their transfers quite early. I'm not going to lie, guys. Man City, and no one's talking about this. I want us to lock in. Man City have officially made a worse start to the Premier League than Man United. They've only won 1 game, right? And lost 2. 3 points. We've made a better start to the season than Man City. No one's talking about this. Yet United's start is so disastrous. City have lost twice, bro. They did their transfer dealings early, put their feet up, felt very comfortable, started the season and realised, oh shit. So, Nori, good signing from Wolves. Marcus Bettinelli, I don't know. Ryan Cherky, another great signing. Reinders, great signing. Good stuff. But two goalkeepers, right? Trafford and now Donnarumma. But where's the midfielder? I mean, Reinders technically, well, Reinders a midfielder, but I mean, where's the defenders? Man City's issue last season was their soft belly, their soft middle, their soft defense, bro. They haven't made any defensive signings, really, apart from Nori. Man City are not winning no damn league this year. They're not. They've lost De Bruyne, lost Kyle Walker, and I don't know if they're replacing these guys properly. Have they replaced Aguero? I don't know, guys. I feel like this might be Pep's last season at Man City. TK says, the thing about but Arteta, TK, yeah, I know you're talking about Arsenal Liverpool game in a chat. Arteta is a very negative manager. He's so negative. Alfred says Arteta plays a bit similar to Pep, where he inverts his left backs in midfield or the occasional diagonal long ball from left back to Saka or Rice to Noni. Playmaking depends on how Saka spreads the width. Yeah, and he's also picked up the whole let's play centre backs at right and left back. Both Pep and Arteta play 4 centre backs in the back line. Very, very interesting. Reinders was invisible against Seagulls. I think he's a good player though. I think Reinders is a good player though, T-Gay. But yeah, I did say that because Man City have changed so much of their team, the team that wins the league or might do well or do better in the league might be the team that changes the least and therefore have the least bedding in to do. They have the most cohesion, they know each other, they understand the system, and they don't need to get used to the Premier League. Where Man City, they've changed so many players, it might take a while. You know, Arsenal, they've only just brought Gyökeres in. That's it. They should have, I mean, you know, Eze could start, Madueke could start, but technically speaking, they might have the least or require the least bedding in time. Because Chelsea, they've changed their whole front line as well. You know? I don't know, guys. Help me out here. Because we made our predictions towards the beginning of the season about who we think is going to win. And we're going to have to revisit these predictions tomorrow. Or at least this week. And talk about, because at the moment I think we have Liverpool to win the league and Chelsea second in our group predictions, and we might have to change that. We might have to change who we think's going to win the league now that the transfer window has come to an end, people. Grealish, yeah. The thing about Pep is that Pep's system, similar to Arteta's system, stifles individual brilliance. It stifles individual talent. You want to do something. If you're Grealish or whatever, you want to go left, you want to go right. You want to just play with the whole pitch, right? Freedom. But then you also know that Pep Guardiola plays this type of football where you have to manage your spaces. You have to control your space, your territory, right? That's how Pep plays. So a lot of the more flair players, not just in Pep's system, by the way, but just in the Premier League, they get stifled. Now that Grealish is playing for Everton again, I can see us seeing the the more Aston Villa Grealish. The Grealish that goes anywhere he wants. If you give Grealish that freedom and make him the big fish in the small pond, he'll be fine. Don't restrict him. If you restrict him and players like him, the maverick ballers, I call them, maverick footballers, you're not going to get the same footballer. You're not going to get the same. So I like the fact that Grealish, so far, he's finding his feet in Everton. I'm a fan of Grealish. I like Grealish. For me, Grealish is more of a Man United type player than a Man City type player. That's sort of like, give me the ball, let me express myself, let me do what I want to do. That's more Man United type of football rather than a Pep Guardiola type of football, if that makes any sense. It is what it is. I think he'll do well at Everton. He started well. And good for Grealish, bro. Good for Grealish. Jack the lad. TK, which fan base has to worry more this season, City or United? I'm not going to lie, TK. I think City are in trouble. I can't wait, to play Man City. I think we have Man City next, do we? After the international break on Sunday. That game, guys, is going to be a big game. I think we're going to beat Man City. I'm not afraid of Man City, guys. I'm not. Yes, we're not a great team. And one of you guys, you're going to remind me in the chat how rubbish we are in a second. And I'm going to be like, oh yeah, we are crap. But I don't know, guys. I feel like this manager does well against the big teams. So I feel like against Man City, just like Arsenal, we should have beaten Arsenal, in my opinion. And Arsenal are better than Man City this year. So I actually think, and I hope we beat Man City, you know. Oh, just as I said that, TK says, I don't put too much stock into City's bad start. So I'm assuming, TK, you're going to say that they've got plenty of time to regain form. They've got plenty of time to come back. It's only been 3 games, I guess. Is that what you're probably going to say, TK? Milton says Grealish had a free role before he joined City, Aston Villa. Yeah, and that's where you're going to see the best Grealish, when he's allowed to just do what he wants, rather than you tell him to do something specific. Stay there, do this, don't move. You're not gonna get the best out of Grealish in that respect. But that's Man City. Let's quickly look at Liverpool and then Chelsea, then we're done, guys. Also, Tottenham are doing bits, bro. Tottenham have now got Kolo Muani. They've got Kolo Muani. They've got Xavi Simons. And they've got Kudus. Sorry, Nkunku. Bro, Tottenham are doing bits, you know. And Thomas Frank is all right. Yes, Tottenham lost. They lost in the weekend, but their signings haven't been bad, guys. Their signings haven't been bad. Let's look at either Man City. We've done that already, right? Let's look at Liverpool. Yeah. Let's look at Liverpool quickly. Liverpool have done. Wow, look at Liverpool. All right. Flipping heck, Liverpool. Liverpool have been busy. So they got Trent out, Keller out, Korn's out. I don't know that player, Jakub or Jinsky, released. Any big names that have gone out as well? Nathaniel Phillips, Luis Diaz, obviously to Bayern Munich. Darwin Núñez has gone to Al Hilal as well, guys. So Liverpool are the ones that are balancing books. I know some of you in the chat said Arsenal books ain't balancing. Liverpool's books are kind of balancing, guys. I'm not going to lie. They've got in Marmadashvili. Wow, got there in the end, didn't it? Flipping heck. Frimpong, which should be a good signing, wing back. Pexi. Wirtz. Listen, Wirtz has been okay. is Wirtz going to be worth his fee? Because the way that certain teams, certain fan bases had to go at us at getting an 85 million Pogba, right? I want Wirtz, yeah, and I want Wirtz to be a world beater. If Wirtz isn't a world beater, we need to get at Wirtz. 110 million, 100 something like that. Anyway, Kirkez, they brought in as well. Woodman, of course, they've got Hugo Ekitike from Frankfurt. Leone from Parma. So Liverpool, and of course, they're getting Isak. So Isak is about to come in as well. Liverpool have done decent business, guys. And once Isak is over the line, my gosh. The only good thing is that the Gahey deal has collapsed. That's the only good thing. But Liverpool, I don't know, guys. I think the Premier League is Liverpool's to lose. I don't know what you guys are saying, but this is a good summer for Liverpool. And their net spend is decent. They've got decent money for Nunes. They've got decent money for Diaz. So, I don't know what they're going to do with Ekitike and Isak. That's the reason why I thought maybe the Isak deal might not happen. They spent, was it 85 million pounds actually? Don't let Liverpool get away with the fact they spent 110 or something on Wirtz and 85 on Ekitike. And then 125 now on Isak. And as far as I'm concerned, people, Ekitike and Isak playing the same position. So are Liverpool going to have an 85 million pound player, Ekitike, sitting on the bench? That's the question. That's the question. Colin is pants in 1v1, says Alfred. Pool still have 200 million net deficit, says Alfred as well. TK says, wonder how Ekitike feels about Isak coming in. My point exactly, TK. My point exactly, my bro. Listen, it's not our concern. All we can hope for as Man United fans is for Liverpool's demise. It's for things not to happen. It's for unrest to be in a dressing room. And if that happens, beautiful. Beautiful, Lillian. Anyway, let's go Chelsea, people. Let's pre-Chelsea. Like I keep saying, guys, we can talk about Man United and what we've done. But if we don't know what the ops are doing, yeah, then we're going to get excited about our transfers and then realize, oh shit, they've got 10 Belebas. So, Chelsea is my dark horse. My dark horse. If they get things together, if they get their cohesion right, I think Chelsea are a dark horse to at least compete for the title this year. Let's quickly look at their transfers. Out first, Humphreys gone to Burnley. Bettinelli is gone to Man City. Very interesting. Kepa, as you know, has gone to Arsenal. Amugu, I don't even know who that is. It's gone to Strasbourg. Petrovic gone to Bournemouth. Madueke, as you know, has gone to Arsenal. Some loans out. João Felix. Yes, people. João Felix has gone to Al Nassr. What's happened to João Felix? Listen, when João Felix was younger, yeah, I was always singing about João Felix. I love those sort of ballers, the maverick ballers, the João Felixes when they were younger, the Sanchos when they were younger. Even the, who's that guy who plays for Bayern Munich? Musiala's. All these little, I like those sort of ballers, but some of these ballers are falling off, bro. They're falling off. Felix is falling off so badly, bro. I had hopes for Felix. He was so good when he was younger. I don't know, man. Anyway, Felix is gone. Drewsbury Hall, as we know, has gone to Everton. And listen, Drewsbury Hall's, he's playing all right at Everton. That goal he scored in the weekend, smash. A smasher. Ugo Chukwu, gone to Burnley. Bro, listen, Chelsea, yeah, with their transfer strategy, always buying these youngsters, always buying these kids and just selling them out. Chelsea need to be, I can't stand Chelsea's transfer business and their strategy. They need to be investigated. I know they got fined £29 million, I think, a couple months ago for doing some dodgy shit. Chelsea, man, like, it's their outgoings, yeah. They always make money off their outgoings. Always, no matter how shit the player is, these guys will make money out of their outgoings. It's fake. I don't know how they do it. I don't understand it, but it is what it is. Vega gone to Villarreal. Chukwemeka is gone to Dortmund. I don't really recognize, of course, and then Kunku, guys, has gone to AC Milan. So let's look at the guys coming in. We know, like, João Pedro. Yeah, we know João Pedro. We've got Gittins, Esugo, Liam Delap. They've got Sarr. I think I said Gittins already. Have I? Maybe not. Esteval. Hato. Bro. Obviously, Garnacho is coming as well. Bonote. Listen, Chelsea have made about 8 or 9 signings. And last year, they'd made about 8 or 9 signings. And the year before, they made Chelsea in about, I think, 2 or 3 seasons have made about 20 signings. At least 20, 25 signings. And sold about 30 players. The revolving door at Chelsea is crazy. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. So, that's Chelsea. That is Chelsea. Let me know what you guys are thinking about Chelsea. Is that enough, guys? Are you scared of Chelsea this season? 2 or 3 games gone in the season. Transfer window is now closed. That is Chelsea's business. Done. What are Chelsea going to do this year with that business? Let me know, chat. Let me know. Let's look at, we've done Arsenal, we've done Liverpool, we've done City, we've done Chelsea, we've done United. Tottenham, I guess. Let's look at Tottenham. Adieri, big up Adieri. Isak is gone, Adieri, bro. Mark Ennis, he is doing good. Who's doing good, Mark? Big up yourself, though. Big up Mark Ennis in the chat. But who do you mean, Mark? TK, big up TK. My dark horse in the Prem this year are Toffees. Okay, TK. Well coached and every player has fully bought into their system. All right, TK. We'll have a look at the Everton ins and outs because TK, I'm pretty sure Everton bought the Southampton guy. The one that I wanted. The number 10. We'll see. We'll look at Everton in a second. But all right, Tottenham. Let's see what Tottenham have done. Tottenham have released Forster, Fraser. Wow, I never knew Fraser Forster was still there. Flipping heck, people. They've released Fraser Forster, released Regulon, released Alfie Whiteman, Timo Werner. I never knew Timo Werner was loaned to Tottenham. I thought Timo Werner was at Tottenham on a permanent deal, you know. Very interesting. Hojlund has transferred out. I never knew Hojlund was still at the club. To Marseille. Go down. Josh Keely's gone to Luton. Loads of loanees, but not really like. Son's obviously gone. Son's transferred out as well. Yeah. And loads of loans out. No really big outgoings, really. No big fees for anyone they've sold. But they've made transfers. So let's see who they have signed this summer. Luka Vuskovic has been signed. Kevin Danso from Lens. Of course, Tell from Bayern Munich. He was already on loan, so they just made that deal permanent. Max McFadden from Leeds. Takai from Frontal. Kudus, of course. Kudus from West Ham. Paulinho from Bayern Munich on loan. We were linked to Paulinho, Man United, for a bit. And of course, Xavi Simons, they pipped Chelsea to Xavi Simons. So Tottenham, despite their shaky start to the transfer window, ended up signing some players. And I feel like every team have signed some decent players this window. That's why the Premier League is so competitive, bro. That's why I say we can't just look at our signings in isolation and say we've done well. We've got to look at and see what other people are doing. The reason why we finished 16th and the reason why we have been declining every year, just declining, is because every window we think we've done well, our Brighton's getting a Baleba for 5 million while we're spending 60 million on getting, I don't know, a Van der Beek or something. Tottenham have done well. They didn't start well, but they've done all right. Chelsea have made signings, really good signings. So have Liverpool and so have Man City. The question is, are we catching these teams? Have we closed the gap with our signings, or have their signings just extended their lead? You know, have we closed any kind of gap with our signings? That's the question, really. Let's quickly look at the chat. TK, Chelsea has completed 50 senior player signings since Todd Bowley's takeover. There you go, TK, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, TK. That's absurd, bro. 50. The Premier League need to look into this, man. You can't be churning humans like this. This is trafficking. Don't bad me, YouTube, for saying that word. Flipping that. YouTube is so stupid. But it's crazy. Eddie says just touched down in a Liverpool. Just touched down in a Liverpool. In a Liverpool. Anyway, Turkish. Big up Eddie, bro. Big up. Eddie's there for work. Ah, all right. I wasn't asking what you do for work, but, you know, people might stalk you. You know them ones, Eddie. Bowley's too greedy, bro. This I don't like Chelsea, bro. I don't like the way Chelsea operate, but maybe I'm jealous. Maybe it's a bit of jealousy. Maybe I wish that my team operated like this. Maybe that's what it is deep down. You know, I haven't done the work here. I haven't done the psychology, but all I can say, I don't like Chelsea and how they operate. I don't. That's it. Tyler flipping Diblin, guys. Tyler flipping Diblin. I know he only scored 1 or 2 goals playing for Southampton, and people were saying, listen, he hasn't done anything. Why do you like him so much? I liked Tyler Diblin, people. I liked the way he played football. I think Tyler was one of those guys where we could nurture. It is what it is. He's gone to Everton. Let's look at Everton's wow, look at that, people. They have, all right, released a few. So Ashley Young released, Begovic released, Virginia released, Doucouré released. He's gone to Neom. Jack Harrison, end of loan. Jesper Lindstrom and Oro Magala, end of loan. Broja's gone to Chelsea. Back to Chelsea. End of loan. I don't really know Hugate. But Neil Mope. Mope. It's been released by Everton. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, as we know, is released. He's playing for Leeds United. We know that already. What else is there, guys? What else is there? Yeah, I don't really know Isaac Heath and Tyler. I don't know those players, to be fair. And let's look at the guys that they've brought in, Everton. They've brought in Alcaraz, decent. Tieno Barry from Villarreal, decent. Mark Travis from Bournemouth, all right. Asnu from Bayern Munich. Dewsbury Hall. I think Dewsbury Hall will be a decent signing for Everton. I don't really understand why Chelsea bought Dewsbury Hall in the first place, but Chelsea buy everybody. As we know, Chelsea buy up the whole flipping world and then sell them. That's why I don't like the trafficking. Anyway, I've said it again. Who cares? I don't like the T word that Chelsea do. But Jack Grealish. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Jack Grealish is a loan from Man City. It's not a permanent. So they've got in Jack on loan. Golcat is a permanent transfer. Tom King from Wolves. And of course, Tyler Diblin from Southampton. So that's Everton. That's TK in the chat, guys. That's TK's team. Well, no, it's not his team. I'm joking. But Everton are TK's dark horses. I think that's it. I don't feel like we need to go through, unless you guys want to keep going. I don't know. TK says we haven't closed the gap. They signed players everywhere they need. We signed 2 10s, 1 9 and a goalkeeper. 0 midfielders. The gap has increased. There you go, man. Listen, as much as I have seen Ineos's logic and you've heard me defend their logic because I understand it, it doesn't mean it's perfect. It doesn't mean it can't be criticized. It doesn't mean there aren't holes in it. And the one thing that I always think about is every year when we make signings, is the gap widening or is the gap closing? And in order to understand that, I kind of need to know what the other clubs are doing. Which is why I'm looking at Liverpool, Man City, even Everton's transfers to see how have they improved their team. Remember, Chelsea offered, Tyreek George as part of the deal and valued Ghana at 25 million. Yes, that's true, Alfred. That is true. Milton says Chelsea transferred Ben Stillwell to their club, RB. Yeah, see, Milton, that kind of stuff, yeah. We need to investigate that kind of shit, Milton, bro. I'm not having that no more. I don't know what it is. There's a visceral dislike for Chelsea and how they operate. Because that's funny to me, Milton. That's funny to me. Like, Spurs did well in the window, and that's our champion. Yeah, Eddie. Don't remember. Eddie makes you laugh, you know. It's because Eddie's right. Eddie's right. They did well. They used our Champions League money. That Champions League money, that 100 million, that's our money. Oh, no, it's not our money, but it's the money that we should have had. You know? And Spurs did well to spend that, bro. Milton Jackson had, I think, a few flights to Bayern before his move was sorted. Yeah, Milton. I was looking at that situation, Milton. They apparently called him back because of the injury to Delap. Apparently the move was going to fall through and all these things. I'm happy Jackson got his move. I've always said, yeah, Jackson is not a clinical finisher. He's not. But his all-round game, like he's a handful for defenders. You don't want to play against Jackson. This guy his finishing is just erratic, bro. His finishing is just not great. You know? But Eddie, who would you say is the transfer of the window, says Eddie. The transfer of the window. I'm not going to lie, Eddie. You know me, I'm going to make this answer complicated. Because I can think of who's the best signing objectively, regardless of money. Then I can look at it as who's the best value for money. I.e., who's got the best deal. Not who's bought the best footballer, who's actually got the best deal. And there's two different things, right? So sorry for making the answer complicated, bro. But I think the signing of the window has to be Isak. Only because he is the best player in the Premier League this season that has moved. Name me a better footballer in the league this year that has moved clubs. Isak is the best footballer in the league that has moved, right? Cunha and Mbuemo are up there. Cunha and Mbuemo are up there, but I don't know if you could say they're better than Isak. So I'll say Isak to Liverpool is kind of frightening. Then you can argue, then you can look at value for money. And then therefore, if you're looking at value for money, you have to look at players like Cherky. You got to look at Reinders, bro. Reinders is like an £80 million player that Man City got for like 35 million. Like, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure Cherki cost like 40 million or something. And then who else have they got? Mamouche. Mamouche was like 40 million pounds. And so, in terms of value for money, Man City have got some signings though, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, same question to you though, Eddie. I want to know your opinion. Who is, for the chat, yeah, who is your signing? look at you strolling. Who is your guys? Who's the signing of the window for you guys? For the chat. What's this I'm looking at? What's David Ornstein saying now, chat? About Arsenal. Nottingham Forest working to sign Alexander Zinchenko from Arsenal before window shuts 5 minutes ago. Listen, it's 9 o'clock, man. What the hell? Forest agree a loan deal with Arsenal and personal terms in place for the 28-year-old. Deal sheet submitted after Gallan move collapse and attempting to complete. So, guys, it looks like Forest are trying to wrap up a loan for Zinchenko from Arsenal as we speak right now. Interesting, people. Interesting. Eddie says, who's the transfer of deadline day? Ah, who's moved today? Who's the transfer? I'm going to focus on this, the English clubs. Who's the sign of the transfer of the deadline day? Yeah, I mean, if Gahey happened, I would have said Gahey, but that's falling through. Who's been the transfer of today? Pass. I need to have to think about it. It's not a cop out, Eddie. It's not a cop out. But I'm just trying to think. Oh no! Look what Binder is doing, guys. Binder is posting. Binder is scared. Binder is showing, posting pictures of him saving shots. The fear is coming. He's scared. He doesn't want to get dropped. I'm sorry, Binder, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Harper says Sunderland. Oh, do you know what? Yeah, Alfred. No, let's look at no. Alfred's made a point. Alfred's made a good point. Let's look at Sunderland. I apologize, Alfred. Sunderland have been fucking busy. Sunderland have been busy, guys. Let's not overlook Sunderland. Let's not do that. All right, cool. Let's look at Sunderland, Alfred. Because this Xhaka and all these guys that they're buying, bro, is crazy. Yeah, I'm with Milton. The Isak transfer. Eddie says, what team has had the best window? What team? I think that's why Alfred said Sunderland. Which team has had the best window? Oh, you can look at it different ways. In terms of the amount of players, bro. In terms of changing your whole team, Sunderland have done this shit, bro. Sunderland have done similar to what Forest did. I think, yeah, if you come to the Premier League and you understand that, listen, the players that you have right now from the Championship are not going to cut it, and you can invest, because let's not fuck around, guys. The Championship money that you get is a lot of money. These teams get a lot of money when they come into the Premier League. I think the Championship payout is like, is it 100 mil? If I'm wrong, guys, correct me, but it's a good amount of money. Sunderland have done their thing. I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if Sunderland don't go down. I don't think Sunderland will go down. Let me know if you agree with me, but I don't think they will, guys. So I'm with you. Lot. TK says the signing of the window is Emi Martinez not joining United. Let's have a look at Sunderland. Let's see what Sunderland have done, guys. Let's see what they have done. So I'm not gonna lie. There's gonna be a few players here that I don't know. There's gonna be loads of these obscure players, but I reckon very, very quickly we're gonna get to know these players. Yeah. Anyway, Tommy Watson gone to Brighton. look at transfers out first. Job Bellingham, as we know, gone to Dortmund. I thought that was last season. Guys, am I losing the plot? Didn't Bellingham go to Dortmund before the summer? Anyway, Nathan Bishop's gone to Wimbledon. Go down, forget the loans. I'm not interested in loans. And of course, Ekwa gone to Saint Etienne. But as you guys can see, yeah, there's like 2 or 3 transfers out, and that's it. Look at all the transfers in. Look at all the green. Look at that, bro. Crazy. And thing is, they've gone all around Europe. It's not like they've just got 2 or 3 transfers from one club. They've gone around the world to find all of these players. So let's go through them, because this is basically a whole new team. Yeah. Enzo Lefebvre from Roma. Habib Diarra from Strasbourg. Sadiki from St. Gillois, or Gillo, however you want to pronounce it. Reinildo Mandava from Atletico Madrid. Taibi from Club Bruges. Simon Adingra from Brighton. Players, bro. Granit Xhaka, as we know, from Bayern Leverkusen. Robin Rolfs from Nijmegen. Why all these names? Stop having names like that. Nijmegen. Nijmegen? Why is it called Nijmegen? Anyway, Guiu from Chelsea on loan. Yeah, bro. Besiktas. Sunderland have done the work. The Sunderland have been busy, guys. So, and you can tell, yeah, Sunderland have been planning to come up as well. This is like, you don't just make these signings randomly. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah, let me quickly see the chat. Gahey's maybe the best transfer today. Yeah, Milton. I would have said Gahey if the signing went through, but the Gahey transfer to Liverpool has fallen through. It's not going to happen. Milton says Lammens is the best transfer. Do you know what? In terms of addressing an area that a club desperately needs to address, i.e. Manchester United and the goalkeeper, you could argue Lammens is the best transfer of today, because we desperately needed a goalkeeper. So it's an argument for sure. Mark Ennis, big up Mark Ennis in the chat. I hope you are doing well. Who do you think will win the Premier League? You guys in the chat can answer that as well. Liverpool. I'm going to go and be safe and say Liverpool won it last year. They've made certain signings this year that I believe will make them better. They've already started well. They've played 3 games, won 3 games. And they're not playing well. Just like, I don't think they played excellent last season and they won the league. They haven't played amazingly well and they've won 3 games. And this is without Isak. I think this league is going to be Liverpool. It might be Arsenal second or third now. I've changed my mind when it comes to Arsenal. But I could change it again. After watching Man City, they've got good attacking players. Great attacking players, but the shape and the system is not right. They're still a bit easy to play against. You can still score past them by going route 1 and going direct. The best way to play against Pep is to be direct. They can't handle it. So I would still say Liverpool, but that question is really for the chat as well. So big up Mark though. Big up Mark for the interactions. Jude's brother plays in Gem. Yeah, Jude Bellingham is doing the same thing that Job Bellingham, who is Jude Bellingham's brother, is almost on the same trajectory. Played for the same club, I think, Birmingham. Was it Birmingham they played for? And going to Dortmund. Don't forget, Jude Bellingham also went to Dortmund as well. So it seems as if they're following the same path. Listen, if you're their mum and dad, yeah, and you've got 2 sons that both are footballers, you're good, bro. Imagine that. Imagine 2 sons following the same path. Listen, you are good. That family is blessed. They've got Gertruda, a quality right back. Sunderland. Yeah, I'm like Alfred. I'm gonna pay attention to Sunderland this year. I will. I will, because I've totally forgot the signings they've made, the start they've had to the season as well, bro. Like they might be one of them teams that finish in like that come up from the championship and finish in the top half of the table, and I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. Yeah, Liverpool signing Isak is a problem, guys. It's a problem. Let me see if there's anything else for me to report to you guys. Look at this guy. Oi, look at that guy with the blue water and the blue mountains and the blue sky. That's a good picture. I like that picture. It's a good picture. Oh, what's that? Yep. We knew that about Wooster. We knew about Wooster already going to Newcastle. Isak, there's now a video of Isak arriving. We won't show too much because of copyright and all that stuff, but Isak arriving at Liverpool to do his medical right now. Ben Chilwell has gone to Strasbourg. So that's now happened, guys. Ben Chilwell gone to Strasbourg. Let's keep going. Look at this. Yeah, man. That's Baleba coming to Man United, apparently. I hope, yeah, we've done our due diligence. I hope we've tapped him up nicely. I hope we've spoken in his ear. And most importantly, as I keep saying, we have to finish in a decent position. We can't be tapping up these players, finishing 15th, and then going back to Baleba and say, hey, Baleba, do you want to come play for us? No. He's going to go to Madrid. He's going to go somewhere else. So Amrim and the players with the midfield that we have somehow have to do something. We have to if we want to get those midfielders that we want next summer. Some propaganda. Apparently no keeper in the world had more saves and goals prevented than Lammens last season. But as we spoke about on this channel, we have to take the Belgian league with a pinch of salt. We've seen what happens if we hype players from different leagues. Let's just wait and see. That's the only thing I can say. Let's wait and see. I'm not going to pass any judgment until I see this player. How are the strikers in the Belgian league? What's the shot power like? We don't know. We don't know. Are they aggressive when it comes to corners? How good is this goalkeeper at corners? These are things that we're going to find out very, very, very soon, guys. Very soon. So, it is what it is. What is the biggest transfer flop of the window? Ooh. Eddie, I'm not brave enough to say anything yet. Because you know the ones where I'm going to say, because you know what it is, yeah? People can say Cunha. People could be like, Cunha's played 4 games, no goals, no assists, flop. It's early. It's early. It's only been 3 games. But, guys, Ten Hag has come out with a statement. Do you want me to read out Ten Hag's statement? He's come out with a statement after being, I would say being sacked. I would say so. All right. Let's just see what Ten Hag has said in case you guys care. Just to give you guys some information. The decision by Bayern Leverkusen this morning to put me on a leave of absence came as a complete surprise. To part ways with a manager after just 2 league matches in is unprecedented. Wow, this is what Ten Hag is saying. This summer, many key players who were part successes left the squad. Building a new cohesive team is a careful process that requires both time and trust. A new coach deserves the space to implement his vision, set the standards, shape the squad, and leave his mark on the style of play. I started this job with full conviction and energy, but unfortunately the management was not willing to grant me the time and trust I needed, which I deeply regret. Wow, this is big words from Ten Hag. I feel this was never a relationship based on mutual trust. Wow. Throughout my career, every season I have been able to see through to the end as a coach has brought success. Oh, so you're saying every year that I've actually seen through, I've managed to be successful, which is, well, 2 seasons at Man United, he's won 2 trophies. He's not lying. Whether you like him or not, and I don't like him. But you know me, I don't care if I like someone or not. I tell the truth. And he's telling the truth. Clubs that place their trust in me have been rewarded with success and silverware. Finally, I would like to thank the Bayern Leverkusen supporters for their warmth and passion, and I wish the squad and staff every success for the remainder of the season. Wow, guys. Wow, guys. I think a lot of Bayern Leverkusen fans will be angry that Leverkusen have done this. I'm surprised after just a few games they've fired him. I feel like what's happened, I feel like Man United curse is there. I feel like, because why would you bring him in, yeah? With full conviction. You know what he's about. You interviewed him. You understand everything. And then you fire man after a few games. Listen, I'm a true believer, yeah, that Erik ten Hag is not good enough, right? And I don't really, like, I'm not too interested. I'm not going to do hate watches like other fans are doing hate watches and all these things. And I don't care for this guy too much. But it is interesting that they've got rid of him so quickly. And that message from him is powerful. He's not mixing his words at all. And there's some truth in that, to be fair. To be fair. I don't know, guys. Let me know your opinions on Ten Hag, on him being essentially released, fired, and his tweet, that message. That's a great pick. Where's 4 of the bomb squad gone? Look at Real Betis English page. Look at Rasmus Hojlund. Oh, when you said look at Real Betis English page, you're talking about the guy who's grown his hair into a Oh, I get what's going on. That's a guy doing it for Man United, right? With his afro. Day 62 without Antony. That's funny. And look at his afro. Look at his hair. Oh, man. He's the fan that will only cut his hair. You might have heard it before. But he's the fan that will only cut his hair if we win 5 games in a row. British Bulldog settings. So British Bulldog, if British Bulldog was right and we won 5 games in a row, this man would have been bald right now. But he has a bird's nest on his head. So it is what it is. But it's funny though. It is funny. It's funny. Look at Real. Yep. Eddie says that's easy. The team that took Sancho. That's funny. Sancho played well for Chelsea. He played all right and he played well for Dortmund. Sancho will be fine at Villa, I think. Mark Elliott says you're doing a great job. Mark, if you're talking about me, I appreciate that, Mark. I appreciate it. Thank you. Did Malacia leave, says Eddie. No, Eddie. He's who? Malacia hasn't left yet. I think what's happened to Malacia? Malacia was supposed to go to Elche. Malacia was supposed to go to Elche on loan, but that deal hasn't happened. It can still happen. I think it can still happen, but at the moment, Malacia to Elche on loan has fallen through. It's not happening at the moment, but it could still happen. Malacia is the last one who's still here, guys. Still here. Eddie says Baleba ain't been playing well, apparently. That's another thing I want to talk to the chat about, because I haven't fully been watching Brighton. And I've been hearing that Baleba has been subbed off in at least 2 of the 3 Premier League games that Brighton have played. And it's not been injury related. Apparently, he's not been playing well. So, yeah, it's very, very interesting. Look, Baleba, poor performance and hooked at half time. For someone who wasn't sold on Baleba anyway, how can you suppose be getting subbed off early in the game? Yeah, it looks like it's a thing, guys. Look, Brighton fans are saying that he's not playing well. I don't know, people. Have we distracted him? Or is he showing his true colours? I don't know. Have we done enough to put this player off his shit? And apparently as soon as he was subbed off, they won. That's not a good sign. Or maybe Baleba's doing it on purpose. So maybe he's doing it on purpose. So when it comes to selling him, United could listen. This guy's not good anymore. This guy's not good, so we'll give you 50 million for him. Like, if he has a bad season, Baleba, what does it mean to the chat? If Baleba has a bad season, is it let's not get him? Or is it's a one-off season that he's been bad, we still have faith in him, and we still have faith he'll be good? What happens? What happens? You know, how much do you believe in the player? Oh no, put it up. Never mind, Erik ten Hag, the Fenerbahce job is available. Turkish said Malasa is still here, could go on loan to the countries where the window didn't close for 2 more weeks. That's true, Turkish. TK, if Baleba plays bad this year, do we go back in for... Whoa, TK, bro, you kind of asked the question I asked. TK, man, you're reading my mind, bro. You're reading my mind. That's TK, that's a question I asked you, my friend. Because I don't know, bro. I want you to answer that, TK. I don't know. It's like, I've seen enough of Baleba to think that if he's fallen off, it's not just his technical, it's not his technical ability. It must be something up here why he's not playing well, if that makes sense. So I don't know, guys. Alfred Gideon says, I remember Ten Hag finished 3rd with squad with bomb players and offloaded De Gea, eventually digging his own downfall, but he implemented his play style very good if he has the right players, right area. Think about the bomb squad, yeah? It's only called the bomb squad now because we want to get rid of him. 3 years ago, the bomb squad was the best players in the world. When we got Sancho, everyone was creaming their pants. When we got Antony, everyone was creaming their pants. What I'm trying to let you guys know is, in about 2 years' time, Cunha and Mbuemo could be the bomb squad. Right? We don't know that. And our fan base is so disgraceful, disgusting, sick and toxic, they've already started making a bomb squad for next season. These fuckers on Twitter, these mutants, are always going to destroy our club. You cannot play football, yeah, if the fans are always trying to destroy you and destroy your confidence. These guys online have already tried to make their next bomb squad for next year, right? And in one season, that player that you love, that Sancho, that Antony, that whatever, that Garnacho, that Hojlund, in a split second, they'll anger the manager, say something on Twitter, the whole fan base will turn against them, and they'll be part of another bomb squad. So I don't buy into no bomb squad business. Yes, that's what they're called. That's what the people decide to call them. But every year we're gonna have to get rid of players, bro. That's what clubs do. So why do we have to call the players that we want to get rid of bomb squad, while Chelsea and Man City can just get rid of their players without having to call them bomb squad? We do this to ourselves as a fan base way too much. Like, it's just weird to me sometimes. Eddie says Hojlund is still holding on. He'll be back. I know Hojlund wants to prove himself, but at the same time, Eddie, I think the noise was that Hojlund wanted more guarantees from Napoli that he doesn't have to come back because he doesn't want to be part of another bomb squad. So he wanted more of an obligation in the Napoli contract rather than an option. I think that's the talk. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Alfred says Gahey leaked farewell video out now. Yeah, Alfred, we had it up, bro. Let's look at. I'll look at it again. I mean, it's a shame, bro. It's a shame for Gahey. But like I said, as Man United fans, we have to be happy about this. As an individual, as a human, I want people to achieve their potentials in life. But as a Man United fan, thank you for this deal not happening. Because I'm not going to lie, guys, Konate and Van Dijk, they look a bit shaky. They look a bit shaky, guys. And I don't want them getting Gahey. I really do not. He's happy. He's happy at Palace, man. Stay at Palace, bro. Palace are in Europe. Wait, yeah, Conference League now. They got rejected. They got kicked out of the Europa League. And I think they're in a Conference League now. Palace, I think. Milton says maybe Baleba is chatting too much to Onana. Milton said Onana's rubbing off on Baleba. That shit smell, that shit stain. Why did it collapse with Malacia? Says Eddie. Basically, the clubs couldn't agree on an option to buy at the end of the season. I think we wanted an option to buy on the contract, or some sort of, well, option to buy is the least that we wanted. Ideally an obligation, right? But we wanted at least an option, and I feel like Elche just wanted a loan, and we said no. But apparently Saudi Arabia have shown an interest in Malacia today. So, and the transfer window in Saudi remains open, I think, until September the 10th. So, theoretically, a Saudi club can still sign Malacia on loan with an option to buy, which is what Man United really want, that option to buy. We don't want another loan. So that's the situation with Malacia, everybody. TK says, if Baleba has a monster season, that's the worst news for United. Let's wait to see what happens this year. Can we assess next summer? Yeah, I agree with TK. It's a weird situation that we're in, where we want a player and we don't want the player to play too good. But then we kind of need him to play well because we want the best players. But if he plays really well, it means we're going to have to pay more for him. And it might be harder to get him. It's a very strange dichotomy that we're in. In order for Man United to be successful, we want the player that we want to buy to not be successful this year. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's very, very strange. But it's life. It is what it is. Milton says Gahey is captain of Crystal Palace. Yeah. And also, I think that the noise is, Milton, that Palace just couldn't get a replacement in for him in time. They just couldn't do it. And that's another reason why the deal fell through for Gahey. Alfred Gideon says, you reckon we could have got a midfielder if Sancho deal was approved? No, I don't think any Sancho deal has any link. I mean, put it this way, we have money to get a midfield. Listen, Manchester United have the money to get a midfielder. They just don't want to get a crap one. They have one in mind, and that's the one they're going to get. We have money. We could have spent £40 million on a midfielder, or 50. We could have, but we've chosen not to. And also Sancho, we were never going to get a fee. Like, of all the transfers, Sancho was the one that we would have got the lowest fee for. Antony, 30 million euros, Hojlund, 40 million, Sancho, 45. All of those signings was enough for us to buy a midfielder. Sancho's got nothing to do with us getting anything. He's not stopping us from doing anything. As much as the media want you to think that, that's not true. And also, apparently, Glasner said that he would walk. Apparently, he said he would walk if Palace sell Guehi, as you guys can see on screen, which might have played a part in Palace not doing the deal. More news in now that the transfer window has closed more or less officially, guys. It's done now. So there's going to be aftermath. There's going to be a bit of fallout. CEOs are now going to come out. Directors of football are now going to come out and start speaking about their clubs, about their business and all these things. So get ready for that sort of briefing to the journalists. And United have started. United, according to Ben Jacobs, do not want a panic buy and use the budget recklessly and then not have it for a big name player. So you guys want us to, get Senna and spend 45 million on these players and whatnot. They don't want to do that because they know they don't have money. They know that if they do that, they're not getting Baleba and they're not getting their top targets. So it's just about a choice, guys. Do you want a short stopgap, or do you want United to take their time and get the right people in? Which is essentially what this tweet is saying. No more reckless spending, no more panic buys, no more stopgaps. No more filling our squad with those sort of players and having to get rid of them in 2 years. But we needed a midfielder. I fully agree with every single one of you in the chat. We absolutely needed one, but what can we do, people? What can we do? Me. No, you. Me. You. Who's seen Rush Hour? Is that the Rush Hour 1? Is that the first Rush Hour? The second Rush Hour when he man's like, no, me, no, you. Anyway, big up me, but not me. Me. Big up me in the chat. Now just to get Amrim gone in next week. My man jumped in the chat straight with just get Amrim out of there. Big up man like me. Big up me in the chat. No nonsense. He said, great, now to get Amrim out. I love that, bro. Me, my stance is this, my guy. I will quantify my stance so everyone knows where I am right now. I am 51% Amrim needs to leave, and I'm 49% he needs to stay. That's where I am. I'm not like Amrim out, boom, Amrim in. For me, it's a spectrum. Based on what I'm seeing from the manager, I don't know if he's going to be the one that wins us a Premier League. Me says, thing is, we don't need a midfielder right now if Amrim goes, in my opinion. In a 4-2-3-1, Ugarte, Menu and Cunha will be okay. Me, I've thought about this. By the way, guys, I'm going to bring up my tactical analysis video. Please go and check that out. I break this down in detail. But I've thought about this, and we don't know if that 2 midfield system works in the Premier League. We've seen it in Portugal. And the way that the league is so physical, right? So physical. And the way that every team plays with a 3-man midfield and overloads our midfield, I am not fully convinced that the 2-man midfield will work in the Premier League. Not fully. So I think, just like me in the chat, if we change our system and play 3-man midfield, I think we'll see a better team already straight away. I agree. Me, I'm not. He needs to go. My thing is this, yeah. My thing is, because I still haven't. You know when a man's saying, I need these 2 midfielders to complete my system. I still need this and I still need that. There's a part of me that wants to follow this through to its natural conclusion. I feel like every other manager, Ten Hag and everyone else, we've done like a 1 year, 2 year thing, but we haven't fully given them their players. And I feel like for this time, just do the whole project, do the 2 years, do the 2.5 years, give this guy the players, give this guy the midfield, and let's see what happens. So there's a part of me that is thinking that, but then there's a part of me that's looking at it objectively. Listen, Chosen, based on what you have seen with your eyes, based on what you have witnessed, you know you don't rate this guy. So what I'm basing the other 49% on is it's hope, which is not objective. It's feelings. And I just want to see this guy given his players, and let's see what he can do with a midfield, a proper midfield. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's why I'm like 51%, 49%. Me says most teams play 2-4-3-1 while in possession with 2 centre backs at halfway line. That's not the problem. The problem is 5-2-3 when out of possession. If he alters that to a 4-5-1 or 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1, then that's 90% of the problem solved. Yeah, but don't forget me. A lot of teams play with that block, that square block in that midfield, right? So even though teams set up with a 4-3-3, 3-man midfield, they still somehow end up with a block midfield in attack, if you watch. But like you said, that's not just the problem. The problem is also the 2-man midfield and getting overloaded in the middle of the park by the 3-man midfield, as you can see by my tactical analysis as well. Even in his 5-2-3 setup, you can alter it to a 4-5-1 easily. Put a right centre back to right back, left wing back to left back. Yeah, I hear that. Me, you're right. Put left cam to other cam to drop to CM with other 2 CMs. Makes it 4-5-1 out of possession. Look, thing about me also, the issue I have with the system, me, is that the spare man in this system often is a centre back, because we play 3 centre backs and wing backs, and rather than playing 3 midfielders, we play 3 defenders, and one of these defenders goes into the midfield, right? Especially when we build up from the back. Why are we doing that? Why do we need to play with 3, sometimes 5, including Casemiro, 6 defensive players? It's overkill. So it is what it is. Me says better out of possession and harder to break down. I hear you, me. It sounds like you might like my tactical analysis if that's your kind of thing, my bro. You might agree or disagree with how I break things down. If you disagree, let me know. Comment below. Like I said, my tactical analysis video is on screen right now, where I'm talking about the game. And I break down what's it called? Burnley's first goal. I focus a lot on Burnley's first goal and our defensive shape and what we did wrong. I look at De Ligt, I look at Dalot, and I look at Luke Shaw. And looking at his position in this situation, look where De Ligt is. De Ligt is completely dragged out of position. Look where Dalot is. Look where Shaw is. Look where Lenior is. This is not a great position to be in, right? And essentially, the goal comes from the fact that while Burnley are attacking, our defenders are trying to get back into their original position. I said that I think our defenders need to occupy the position that they're in, wait until they get the ball back, and then revert back into their original positions. But what happens is that we, De Ligt, Dalot, Shaw, especially, they try to go back into, because they're all out of position right now. De Ligt's left back. De Ligt's right now left wing back. Dalot's now playing left centre back, as you can see. Leniro's playing centre back, and Luke Shaw is right centre back. Every one of them is out of position. Every one of them is out of position. None of them are in their natural positions. Rather than waiting until they get the ball back to move back into their original positions, they start doing it while Burnley are attacking. That is not smart to me. It's not smart. So I don't understand. My question is, look, De Ligt is trying to move back into centre back right now, and he's going to point, to Dalot right now about the player about to make the run. Like, it's all disorganized. It's so disorganized, it's crazy. Anyway, plus Sporting were the dominant team in Portugal. I said this as well, me. I'm with you, bro. Except for Benfica and Porto. They had no teams that gave them a fight. In the Prem, every team can beat you. That's why I think our manager is showing himself. In Portugal, he bought certain players. Sporting are the biggest team and probably the richest club, or at least one of them in Portugal. The competition there for players isn't the same, right? In England, you have about 7 teams, all richer than Man United, because the Glazers are broke billionaires, right? All can get big time players, all can get really good players. The competition is crazy. So he's not going to get all the best players on his team. His system is going to have to work for it. I don't know if it does. I think he, as we can see, he needs the best players for his system to work. And I don't always know if we can give him that. I don't know. He needs that perfect player. So, me says also the most annoying thing is he wanted a striker at a focal point. During Fulham, we played Cunha as a striker and crossed 10 times or more to him. We bring on a 6'5" beast and he does 0 crosses to him. You're right. You're right, me. You're right. Did you hear about the Erik ten Hag sacked after 2 games? Yeah, we saw that. We spoke about that as well, me. And we also read out his resignation letter. He had a resignation letter where he basically criticized Leverkusen for letting him go early, for not allowing him to, stay for a long time to implement his vision. He really heavily criticized Betis and Leverkusen. And he also said that everywhere he's been, if he's been allowed to stay for the full season, he's won a trophy. And that made me think about the fact that for the 2 full seasons he was at Manchester United, he won 2 trophies. So he's telling the truth. So, yeah, we heard about Erik ten Hag, man. I've got no love for Erik ten Hag, to be honest. I think he set the club back a bit with the whole Hojlund signing that we need to get rid of. Onana, we need to get rid of. I don't think Erik ten Hag has made any. Antony, we need to get rid of. Every single one of Erik ten Hag's signings have underachieved. Every single one of them we need to get rid of. He has put the club back a few years. He has. So it is what it is. Me says Amram likes to do passes in triangles and quick long ball over the top to the free man. That's correct. I agree. He doesn't like players who dribble and take men on. He doesn't let them express themselves. I hear that. Even if Amram stays and gets Europe, I'll still be Amram out. Okay, me. I don't know. I'm right now Amram out, as I've said, but I'm willing to see how he grows and develops. The club's going to give him time. I don't really want to give him time, but the club's going to give him time, so I have no choice. So I'm going to wait and see. I've said I don't have too much faith in the manager. I really don't. But he's here. I actually thought we were going to get rid of him, or we could have got rid of him in the international break coming up. I don't think that's going to happen anymore, guys. I think this guy's going to stay unless something catastrophic happens, like we finish 15th or something. I think this man will stay. By the way, guys, Zinchenko to Nottingham Forest is done. The loan deal from Arsenal to Nottingham Forest has been agreed, guys. So Zinchenko will spend this year on loan at Forest. Alonso at Madrid is renowned for his 3-4-3 at Bayern, yet at Madrid he tries 3-4. Yeah. Me, about our manager not being flexible, I've said this. I like the fact that he's been flexible within his formation, i.e. he's still doing the 5 at the back and all that, but at the top he's doing a fluid front 3. So he's kind of switched up a little bit. But I don't understand why a manager who is a football manager only can see football in one way. Imagine loving football. Imagine being a manager. Imagine being a coach. You go and get your UEFA license and all these things. You've been playing football for... You are a footballer as well. You're an ex-footballer. And you yourself have played under many systems. Many different formations. Imagine saying, I only play one system. I only play one formation. I only understand football one way and this way only, and I'm not changing. And then Man United saying, come on in. Bro, it's dumb. It's dumb. Do you know what it is? You have to change. Do you know why? The Premier League changes. Pep has changed his system. Pep, 8 years ago, the football that he was playing with Aguero and all that fluid stuff is not the same football he's playing now. He's changed his system. He plays 4 flipping centre-backs. Yeah. Fergie started with 4-4-2, went to 4-4-1-1, went to 4-3-3 with Rooney, Ronaldo, Tevez. He kept evolving as time changed, as football changed. I'm telling you, football will keep evolving. Football will change. And all these quirky managers that have their rigid systems and their rigid styles, they'll become obsolete if they do not become, if they're not adaptable, if they don't change with football. So he can be rigid all he likes, bro. If he continues to be rigid and not adapt to the fast changing world that we're living in, he's going to become obsolete, bro. He's going to become obsolete. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Anyway, gangster for life. Anyway, smash a like, people. This stream has been going since 6:30 almost, and it's now almost 10 o'clock, guys. It's been a long, epic stream. If you are new, please smash the damn Mbuemo like. Mbuemo. Smash the like, people. If you are new, subscribe to the channel. This is the last transfer show of the summer until we go back to normal shows. We will need to get some shows patterned up for you guys. Of course, we will have our match reactions, our watch alongs and all that stuff, but we need to pattern up some shows. It's a new channel. It's a channel for people who like to think about football. I keep saying this, it's a channel for the critical thinkers, bro. If you ain't an emotional wreck human being and you like to think deeply about football, tactics, have nuanced conversations, bro, I'm your guy. I could handle any kind of conversations and I will try not to be angry. I will try to be level-headed. I will try, keyword try, yeah, to understand the chat and interact. That's what I do, man. That's what I do. So big up me. I'm enjoying even the conversation me and me having now. It's a deep convo. I don't usually talk so deeply about tactics and stuff, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it because it's a different kind of conversation that we have. So big up me in the chat, coming with his tactical knowledge, clearly knows what he's talking about. And I like that. I like that. I need more smart people in the chat. The chat is very smart. And that's the kind of people, those are the kind of people I want in the chat. People like Milton, Jerry, TK, BB, me, Shivam. Guys who know bull. Yeah. So big up yourselves, man. Daniel, big up Daniel in the chat as well. Big up Daniel. Where's the wine? Milton. The cheap wine is here, baby. The cheap wine is here, baby. I should bust it still, you know. Listen, big up to the chat, yeah, because when I started doing these sort of shows, ask TK in the chat. We had about, was it 260 or something subscribers? And in a few months, we've gone to 500. So big up the chat for helping out, man, for boosting the channel, for interacting, for liking, for sharing, all the things that you man do, bro. Like, you man know the deal. If you man ain't involved, the chat is dead. And I don't have a channel. You man know. Without you, there is no channel, bro. Simple as that. So, big up B for subbing. Big up yourself, bro. Lammens will be number 1. I'm happy with that because I swear Onana and Binder couldn't catch. Oh no. Couldn't catch the clap. Oh no. I think Lammens will be eased in. I think other than that mistake that Binder made, yeah, when he flapped. No, okay, let me not underdo Binder's mistakes. He's made mistakes. I think Lammens, yeah, will probably ease in. This is what I think. Ease in over the months. I can't see him coming in and go, bam, I'm number 1. I can't see that happening. But I could be wrong, guys. I could be wrong. You know. Oh, Arsenal have just completed a loan signing, guys. Piero Hincapié, an Ecuadorian footballer from Bayern Leverkusen. So Piero Hincapié has secured his a loan move, a season-long loan move to Arsenal off the back of the Saliba injury. So Saliba's been injured and Arsenal have gone into the market and completed that loan deal, people. So that's just confirmation of that. I'm glad Guéhi moved through. Yeah, I'm glad as well that Guéhi's fell through. I've been saying to the chat the whole time, we don't want Liverpool, yeah, to do what we couldn't do. You know, when United were in the lead, dominating, and we're supposed to be buying players to extend our domination, we weren't doing that. When we sold Cristiano Ronaldo for 80 million or 90 million, we went and bought Michael Owen and Antonio Valencia, bro. Like, and while Liverpool are winning the league right now and getting Isak and Ekitike, and we're about to get Guéhi. No, we had to stop that shit. We can't allow Liverpool to buy Guéhi. We can't. You can't. Yo, Daniel, that's what's up, my guy. Big up Daniel in the chat. Big up Bless Edzilanu. Big up Bless Edzilanu in the chat. Amorim needs to change his system to survive in the Premier League. Bless, I hear that. It's something I've been battling with for a long time. As much as I do my tactical analysis and I analyze his system, I don't really give an opinion. Thing about tactical analysis videos, you're not supposed to give really your opinion. You're supposed to just analyze things objectively. In these shows, I can cuss and swear and give my opinion, but I just analyze what I see. However, if I'm going to give my opinion, I'm now starting to lean into the fact that he needs to change in order to survive. I'm starting to reach that conclusion. So I hear you. Me, do you play FIFA? Listen, me, I used to play FIFA. I don't really play too many games. I'm not going to lie. I might flipping put on my Wii or Switch and play like, was it Pokemon was it Arceus for like a bit. I used to bang out FIFA all the time, but I ain't gonna lie, yeah. FIFA sometimes, yeah, it just gets me. FIFA sometimes triggers me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've smashed my pad, yeah, playing FIFA. I have. I've smashed it up. And because I ain't afraid to tell you this. I ain't afraid to tell you, man, this. I've smashed up my pad playing FIFA. So I took a little break, innit? But I'm willing, bro. Listen, I can get FIFA tomorrow. In fact, I'm even thinking about doing gaming on this channel and maybe once a week for like a couple of hours, just bang out some FIFA with you, man. So if you men are on it, if you guys are on it, I can do something. Listen, I got to listen to the chat at the end of the day. If you guys want something, I've got to try pattern it for you lot. So I'm assuming you play FIFA, me. I'm assuming you play, yeah? By the way, guys, there is a fantasy Premier League for this channel, for this chat as well, guys. It's usually on screen. It's not on screen right now. The Fantasy Premier League. But I can get the code for you if you want. If you guys are interested in Fantasy Premier League, you can join my Fantasy Premier League and invite your friends as well. I'm gonna try to get the code for you. Let me see if I can get the code. Cool, it's fine. It's fine. We'll get the code for you guys if you're interested in fantasy. Oh, you're saying you're playing FIFA is another way to get viewers and subs. All right, I'll try to pattern that as well. Me, I'll try. Where you from, me? Also, guys, if you're new, let me know where you're from. Let me know where you're from. I'm in at the moment I'm in North London, by the way, people. North London right here. I'm a South London guy, but I'm just currently living in North London at the moment. Yes, I'm a London Manchester United fan. You can give it to me all you want, guys. I'm not going to stop supporting Man United. You know the ones. Milton, where's you are 10 times better than any other. Raw Milton. Big up Milton for that. I still don't know how to take compliments, but thank you. I'll get better at taking them. But big up Milton for that. Because that's, yeah, I got that. Daniel said, do you think we are getting Champions League football? Says Daniel. Daniel, you are not the father. I'm joking. That's dumb. Daniel, we are not getting Champions League football. Bro, like, unless I see a mad change in our fortunes, unless I see manager have changed his tactics, unless I see, I don't know, based on what I've seen, I cannot see us getting Champions League football. However, let's not act like Man City are playing well. Let's not act like Arsenal are playing well. They're not. So, no, I don't see us getting Champions League football. I think, based on what I've seen so far, and based on the fact that I don't rate this manager, I think 6th is probably maximum we can finish. 6th. I hope I'm wrong. You know me, I'm a Man United fan. I don't want to be right. But based on what I've seen, based on how I feel, I can't see us finishing in Champions League places, guys. I can't. Hincapié is an amazing defender, can play centre back, left back, and right back. Only 23-2, was one of the best players for Leverkusen, title winning. Me, but that's a loan deal, right? So why are Bayern Leverkusen letting him go on loan? What's wrong with Bayern Leverkusen, bro? Because when I saw that deal myself, I was thinking, it's a loan deal. Why would he let that player out on loan? Anyway, guys, the Fantasy Premier League code is on your screen. Get involved. Listen, every year I say I'm going to pay attention to my Fantasy Premier League. I'm going to make sure I make changes and all these things. It starts off well. I start off with the right intentions, but after a month, I just forget. Guys. But this time round, I'm going to make sure I pay attention. So join the Fantasy League if you are a fan of fantasy football, people. Just a bit of fun. Milton says Saliba must have a serious injury. I don't know how long Saliba's out for, Milton. He's got a sprained ankle, I think, and I don't think they know yet how long he's out for. I was gonna pour this, but yeah. Me says, nah, no Champions League football, but I think we can get Europa. Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying 6th. I think we can get 6th if we play to our potential. The manager gets it right. If the players build up their relationships, I keep saying on my tactical analysis, we've got new players, we've got new attackers. They don't understand each other yet. The cohesion isn't there. It could be. Once these guys understand, once Ahmad and Mbuemo stop getting in each other's way, because at the moment, both Ahmad and Mbuemo, they're playing in a similar way. They're playing in a similar way, and they need to understand each other. One needs to come, one needs to go. One needs to go outside, one needs to go inside. They need to develop their relationship. And against Burnley, it was better, guys. Ahmad and Mbuemo together on that right looked better. It's got work to do. It's got work to do, but so far, I think they could do well on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, I don't know. I think Cunha needs to stay on that left-hand side. Yes, Mason Mount has been playing there, but just play Cunha there. Let's play Cunha there, man. Big up everybody. Drinking my wine. Adding to your sales figures there, we've also made 30 million from sell-on clause and loan fees. So 90 million back this window and over 500 a week in wages wiped out. Yes, Ineos are making some money back. Ineos must be happy or at least content with this window. Like I said, we can go back to reviewing the window. Have you guys changed your mind in how you are viewing this window? Because I'm going to say, most of you are saying this window was a 4 out of 10, right? I think this window, I'm going to go and say this window's been a 6 out of 10. I'm going to say this window has been a 6. Me says it triggers me, but I'm a gamer. I'm addicted. FIFA. All right. I'm sold then. I'm going to see if I can get FIFA then me. What's the latest FIFA? I don't even know what the latest FIFA is called. And I've got PS4 as well. I haven't got PS5 or nothing. So as long as I can play on the PS4, people, then let's bang out some FIFA. Let's do it. Let's do it. You don't want to see my FPL. I'm struggling. Bro, I'm struggling. We're all struggling. Join the league, me. Join the league, man. We struggle together, man. It's all a bit of fun. Spilsby near Lincoln. As in Lincolnshire, Lincoln. Oh. My parents live kind of near there. My parents live up there. That's, yeah, interesting me. Milton says top 6 plus maybe 2. So Milton says 8th. We're finishing 8th. I hear you, bro. I think 8th is a reasonable bet. If you're not optimistic and you 8th is, I think 8th is, listen, 8th is better than 15th. It is. We've only got League and FA Cup. If we can get Iriola or Xavi in, then I think we can sneak into Europa. What about Palace's manager, me? We're talking about Glasner. Yeah. And apparently Xavi was approached by a club recently and he says he's taken time out from football. So I don't know. I don't know about Xavi if he'd even want the United job, but Harvey Elliott, guys, has sealed his deal to Aston Villa. Harvey Elliott is official, guys. He will be a Aston Villa player. It is a season-long loan with obligation to buy. Harvey Elliott to Aston Villa, done. There you go. This one game a week thing is good on paper. But when you lose that one game, yeah, and you got to wait a whole week to play again, yeah, it's not good, bruv. It's not good, bruv. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think this one game a week thing, it depends on your players. It depends on your mentality. It could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. You know? Milton says, yeah, Milton. Cunha, I don't know about Cunha. The club still haven't come out yet and told us what's happening with Cunha. There's no confirmation. But the thought is, yes, as Milton says in the chat, because he walked away on his own and because he was subbed off because of precaution and he said he felt something, the feeling is we're hoping that it's going to be like a few weeks, not a few months. That's what we're hoping. it's been better because of Lammens. Me says for me it's a 9 out of 10. Oh, all right. I want to hear that, me. I want to hear this now. Let me read what you're saying. At the start of the window, we were told that we had no money. I'll see, you're going to add context. I like this already, me. Let me read on. So to get Cunha, Mbuemo, arguably 2 best players in Prem last season, Sesko and a new goalkeeper, I'm happy. Boom. I already like me already. Do you know why I like you, me? Because that's how I tried to explain to the chat. I said, the chat was saying it's a 4 out of 10 window because they were angry they didn't get a midfielder. And I said, if you got a list of 7 things, yeah, to do, and you only miss one of those things, i.e. not getting a midfielder, why does it become a 4 out of 10? Shouldn't you just take 2 or 3 points off? You know what I mean? So that's why I said, you know what? We were told we were broke all year long by Ineos. Everyone, the tea lady, the chef, and the cleaner got fired. 500 million staff got fired. Of course, not 500 million, but you get the point. We all came into the window scared, saying we're not going to do anything. Blah, blah, blah. Boom, Cunha. We got fucking Cunha. Nobody thought we were going to get Cunha. Oh shit, we got Cunha. And then Mbuemo. Nobody at the start of the window thought we had a chance of getting fucking Brian Mbuemo. Are you mad? Then we got, I know the Mbuemo saga was frustrating. I get it. I understand the feeling, the emotion behind the saga. But the deal is done and we got the player. So we got 2 of the best attackers in the league. Nobody thought we were going to get. And then we get Sesko, the most sought after young striker in the world. Right? 3, a whole attack changed, which is the main reason. Listen, our attack last season scored 44 goals. The worst attack in the league. We completely changed it. And now we've got another goalkeeper. And then, of course, some people in the chat were saying it's a 4 out of 10 window. So I want to provide context and say, do you know what? I don't think it can be a 4 out of 10, guys. I get not having a midfielder. I get it. We need a midfield. But the window's not 4 out of 10. Surely, I'll give it a 6. And also, we've got rid of every single player that we've wanted to get rid of. Yes, some have gone on loans. But none of them are here, except for Manasseh. And he'll probably go as well. We've done our job, apart from getting a central midfielder. So that's why I'm like, it's a 6 out of 10 window. I understand why you say 9, bro. I understand why you say 9 out of 10. I get it. I totally get it as well. Yep, you said it, me. Plus getting rid of Sancho, Garnacho, Rashford was a big win for me. I said on my channel before I got any subscribers that Man United would not win the league if we built a team around Bruno and Marcus Rashford. Everybody previously who we bought in over the last 3 years, not including last summer, I think they can all leave. Rashford, Bruno, I think they can all leave. We need a rebuild and we need a new start, a fresh start. That's what I think. Me says Glasner I wouldn't take because he plays a back 3-2. That's interesting. That might be the reason why I might take him, because he's used to the formation that we currently play. But I think the back 3 has scarred you, bro. It looks like the back 3 is giving you PTSD, and I get it. I get it. Personally, I don't like the formation. United have never played that formation. I don't get why Ineos blew up the 4-3-3 that we always play and decided to go with this quirky manager, with this quirky system. It's very strange. But I think most of us prefer back 4, you know. Milton says, arguably, Little Elliott is a better player now than Sancho, Aston Villa. Maybe. I'm always going to rate Sancho's technical level and always going to separate Sancho's technical level to his physical level, because I think most of people's complaint when it comes to Sancho is due to his athleticism and physicality, not his ability on the ball. Not his ability to pass, to shoot, to control it. He's technically very, very good, Jaden. He's just not athletic, bro. He's not a Premier League athletic winger. He's not that. Tom Mauer Alfred in the chat. Big up Tom Mauer, he's just said, Kobe.
We love Kobe.
We love Kobe, man. We love Kobe. Thanks. Which goalkeeper did United sign in and out? We signed Lammens, Tom, and here he is, guys. The last few minutes, we have the official Lammens photo. There he is, our new goalkeeper, signed for 21 million euros. You guys already know we've signed him, but there is the official photo of the guy, beaming, gleaming, smiling. It's confirmed, and Lammens has given out a quote. He said, "I'm extremely proud to be joining Manchester United. It is a real dream come true. You can feel the positive atmosphere that is being created here, and I know that I can make a real impact at the club in the coming years." I'm glad he said that. This is the perfect place to keep developing. Remember, he's saying these things. Don't judge him as a complete goalkeeper. He's talking about developing. Grow together with this exciting team and achieve my career objectives. There you go, people. That is Lammens. And that's his quote. That's him right there in the picture. Our new goalkeeper. I hope he does well, of course. We will all get behind him until he starts doing some bozo stuff. But that's it, people. I wonder if Diogo Leon can't get... Diogo Leon, I think he's not ready. I've seen enough of him to know that he's very raw. He looks as raw as Hojlund was. Hojlund is so raw. And when I watch Diogo Leon, the little times I see him, he's got... Diogo Leon has the physical attributes. He's 19... No, he's not even 19, is he? He's 17, isn't he? Or 18. And built like a flipping ox. This guy is built... He looks like a big man, yeah? But he's very rash. He's very raw. He's even more raw than Dorgu. And Dorgu is quite raw. You know. I wouldn't mind Diogo Leon going out on loan, ironically enough. I wouldn't mind that. No Martinez. Martinez has signed a 4-year deal with Aston Villa. Keep Kobe. Me says he'll keep Kobe, Dorgu, Euro, Delit, Sesko, Cunha, Mbuemo, Ahmad, Heaven, Maguire, just for his attitude and how he came back. Rest can go. Me, you sound like me, you know. That's why I said, "Are you me?" You came in with the word "me," and I said "you," but me, but you're not me. You're you. But you sound like me, but you're not me. Would that make sense? Apart from the Maguire thing. But I agree with that comment. I agree, especially Bruno. Yeah, you sound like me, bro. You sound like me. Crying because the ref nudged him. Bro, I was annoyed at that. I was so frustrated. This guy, our captain, said he missed a penalty kick because of the ref nudged him. And the thing is, when you watch it back again, like Bruno's walking back, and he's not looking what's behind him. And the ref is walking that way, and the ref is not looking what's beside him. And they just kind of brushed each other. That's what happened. Why is that going to make you miss a penalty, bro? It don't make sense. I couldn't understand, that excuse that he gave. And I've never been the biggest fan of Bruno, one of the reasons is because I think he's overrated as a footballer. I think he's somebody that produces good stats always. The way he plays, I wouldn't say he plays selfishly, but he plays to get stats. He spams the crosses into the box over and over again. He's on every single set piece we take. So when he gets a goal or assist, everyone's like, Bruno saved us. And I'm like, bro, he takes every set piece. He takes every penalty. Bruno has been a good servant. Yeah, he has. But he's so overrated by the fan base that it sometimes gets frustrating. Last season, he wasn't good. Last season, Lenny Euro was arguably our player of the season. And Ahmad was probably second. But guess what? Bruno was voted the player of the year last season, despite him having a shocking season. Trying to build a team around a footballer like Bruno, who's inconsistent, who gives the ball away. The way he gives the ball away, guys, the way he gives the ball away is crazy. It's crazy. I don't want to sit here and talk about Bruno because I know, as good as Bruno has been, he has some negative qualities, and I could sit and talk about those negative qualities all day. So I don't want to act like I'm bashing Bruno. I don't want to bash Bruno. But to conclude, I'm going to say that he's not my favorite type of player. Let's just say that he's not my favorite type of footballer. So anyway, Bruno's one of the main problems at Man United. Thing is, it's hard. I understand what Milton says by that. It's hard to convince somebody because all they're going to do is go to his stats. But if they understand that the goal we conceded against Tottenham in the Europa League was because Bruno gave the ball away, if they understand that a lot of the goals we concede is because this guy is careless with the ball. Sometimes somebody can be a net negative. Sometimes somebody can score goals, but the overall contribution over 90 minutes is not that great. Bruno is a guy that will not often have great 90-minute performances, but will turn up with a goal, and people think, oh, he's amazing. He's amazing. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to bash Bruno, to be honest. Let me see what you guys are saying. Why not do a simple pass across to a striker rather than wasting possession? Also adding to my 9 out of 10 window was the fact Ineos upgraded Carrington out of their own money. That's a good thing, Milton. Listen, I'm not somebody who's going to sock off Ineos. Pause. You know what I mean. I'm not going to overpraise them. Yeah. But I don't know if I can say they're the same as the Glazers, because they've completely changed Carrington, completely changed the whole structure. We've got a director of football. We've got a head of recruitment. We've got all of these modern things. They've changed Carrington. They're going to invest in a new stadium. Ineos are doing all these things that we never saw the Glazers do. So we have to be objective. Even if you don't like Ineos, you got to say these things. Say what you see. Say what you see, not how you feel. You can feel angry at Ineos, but be objective and say, do you know what? Ineos have done a decent job. Decent. No, but I'm you. So you are me and me is you. His stats on paper make him look amazing. I agree. Exactly what I said, me. But they're misleading. Yes, exactly what I said. For example, if he does a poor pass to the striker, but the striker wins the ball and shoots, Bruno gets a stat for a key pass. Bro, this GA world, yeah, the goals and assist world that we live in, this Opta stats, yeah, that came in 10 years ago, that's fucked with people's heads. We never looked at goals and assists the way that we look at them now. Back in the day, yeah, an assist was Beckham crossing the ball to Ruud van Nistelrooy, and all Van Nistelrooy had to do was go, That's an assist. If you give the ball to a player who has to dribble past 10 other players and score a goal, don't call that an assist, please. Don't do that. Don't do that. And also, I always tell people this. Some of the best footballers to ever live, yeah, if they were playing football right now, you guys will call them shit. Ronaldinho wasn't somebody who got bare goals and assists, bro. Ronaldinho was the guy who got the assist before the assist. Eden Hazard was a guy who dribbled past 3 players, gave it to another guy who got the assist. There are some players, yeah, who are the best footballers in the world and wouldn't get goals and assists. So what are you going to do? Rub them out and say they were crap? This world where we only look at goals and assists for some reason, and I don't know why, guys. And the assist could be anything. The assist could be, like I said, you passing the ball to somebody who dribbles past 3 players, or you putting it on a man's head for him just to tap it in. It's varied. It's varied. That's why stats are so misleading, bro. I always tell people this. The eye test first. The eye test first. Look with your eyes, and then use stats to support what you see with your eyes. The problem is nobody's got time to watch every game, to watch every highlights. So you look at the stat, you see Bruno has scored, you give Bruno the man of the match, and you say he's the best player. That's it. That's a thought process. No other thought going into it. And that's what happens. Football has just been dumbed down. It's been dumbed down a lot. And the stat guys, the nerd squad, I'll call them, have taken over football. And football is now a nerd game. Listen, I like nerds. I'm a nerd myself. But come on, nerds. Relax a little bit. It's not all about stats, bro. Anyway, Milton, Bruno runs a lot, but that may be the problem because he needs to keep in position where he can pass through the strikers. Bruno's lack of discipline is why you sometimes see Casemiro running around like an idiot. Like, if Bruno was more disciplined, I think Casemiro will also play better. But it is what it is. Tom, Mawa, Alfred, why did Amorim send those Sancho and Antony to loan? I said, why did Amorim send Sancho and Antony on loan? I mean, the club make decisions, really, I guess. And Antony's gone on a fixed fee. It's not a loan. Also, guys, look on the screen, guys. Look how Antony is being received by Real Betis. This is why this guy wanted to come back here. Everybody wants to work somewhere where they are loved. Nobody wants to work in a toxic environment. Everybody wants to feel appreciated. Look at this reception that he's getting. Absolutely crazy, bro. And the annoying thing about this is Betis didn't even want to pay the money for him. He's Betis' best player, right? Probably. And these guys were haggling over the fee for us. And look at this. They're acting like they've landed the deal of the century. But these guys didn't even want to give us a 25 million for him. Betis are weird. Very, very strange team. My God, I am you. What you were talking about, Bruno, I said it all in a chat before you got... Yeah. I'm getting to the chat late, man. I'm getting to the chat late. And every time I say something and I read down the chat, I'm like, raw, this guy is saying the same thing I'm saying, bro. Like, listen, we might as well switch places, bro. You can have my job. Let's switch. Also, 347 million of their own money to do the infrastructure of the club. And in July, they paid an extra 86 million to boost their stake to 28% from 25%. It looks like Ineos are trying to buy the club from the Glazers. Who knows? Maybe they will eventually do that. For me, because I'm old, I prefer late 90s, early 2000s football. Proper football. I think I'm with you. At late 90s. What we talk about late 90s? Yeah, late 90s. Yeah. I can dig late 90s football. Late 90s, we're talking about what? Sort of Adriano, R9. What are we talking about? Christian Vieri, them man's there. Something in late 90s is them, and then what? 2000s, it's... I'm trying to think of the sort of players in those areas. Big up Tom in the chat. Ronaldinho was my favourite player ever. That's why we think so similar, me. Because that's also my favourite player, bro. I go between Ronaldinho, R9, because I think people forget about R9. Before R9 got injured, yeah, he was doing what Ronaldinho was doing. He was doing the step overs. He was doing everything, bro. Like, R9 is crazy. I'll go between R9 and Ronaldinho. Sometimes I like to look at Neymar because Neymar, when Neymar finished his career, he's won so much for Brazil. He's been, especially in this time, in last 10 years for Brazil, there's been no other. He's carried Brazil by himself, Neymar. By himself. And I feel like Neymar is heavily disrespected. So, yeah, Messi. But yeah, I'm with you when it comes to Ronaldinho. For sure. 100%. Tom says, those are my guys as well. Big up Tom. Ronaldinho is the guy. John Terry has more career goals than Xavi. So according to those stats merchants, Xavi was... Yeah, that's what I'm saying about goals and assists, bro. It's just so... It's such a weird way to look at football. It's a very capitalistic way to look at football. And I get it. Football is about sport. It's about end product. But who told you the end product has to be an assist? If you're a defender, a centre back, what are you judged on? You can't be judged on assists, right? So you have to be judged on something else. So the metrics for judging a defender has to change from the metric you use to judge an attacking player. So, bruv, I don't know. Big up Mark Ennis. Me says, this is where I'm different. I'll watch any game that's on, and for past 30 years I've watched Prem, EFL, La Liga, Bundesliga and Brazil League. Okay, yeah. There's not enough time in the day, me. I wish I had that time to watch all that football. When I was younger, I was watching every football match in every league. But now I can't, man. I watch the highlights and stuff, but I just can't watch all that football. I wish, man. I wish I could, bro. I wish I could, man, because I miss football. I miss Gol Lazio. That bald man on Channel 4. I miss that shit. I miss Christian Vieri. I miss Recoba. I miss Javier Zanetti. You know what I'm saying? Hernan Crespo. Oh yeah, the guy in Teletext. Sunderland 2, West Bromwich Albion 3. Something Rovers 7. 5. I miss that guy as well, bro. Those are the old times, man. Those are the old times, guys. You know, teletext and all these things. Hey, bless Azilanu. I'm watching you live from Ghana. Big up my Ghanaians. Big up my Ghanaians who make the best jollof. I ain't gonna start it. Don't worry, I'm joking. Kindly tell Amram to learn from Xavi Alonso of Real Madrid. He can't be doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. He has to change his tactics. Bless, you've described the definition of insanity. What is it? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I will try, Bless. I will pick up my... Listen, I'm going to do it now, actually. Ruben. Yo, Rubes. It's chosen Wizzy. Yo, what are you saying? Yo, listen to me. Listen to me carefully right now, yeah? The way that you're playing the team and the way you're playing the same formation in every game is not on. It's not the one. No, shush, hold on. No, hold on. Let me finish. Okay, talk. Because I know you're the poet.
I love this team. I'll live for this team. I hate my players. I love my players. I don't want...
Oh, okay, enough. Change the fucking formation, bro. You got to switch it up, bro. Otherwise, I'm coming for you. I'm a man with exceptional talent. I've got a range of skills. man's tended to taken, you know. Man's tended to taken. I've got some exceptional skills. I will come for you. There you go. So, next game, 4-3-3, guys. 4-3-3 in the next game. But yeah, no, I'm with you though, Bless. Jokes aside, that's why I'm scared. What the hell? Bro, guys, look at this, guys. Guys, look at this. I can't believe this guy is a superhero. This guy is a superhero for Betis, guys. Look at this. Do you know why I'm angry? I'm angry because Betis are treating him, as their marquee signing, but didn't want to spend £25 million on him. Look how they're treating him. This is why this man said, I only want Betis, bro. He is a god. He's a god there. Wow, guys. That's crazy. Milton called it, bro. Antony is getting that worship, bro. Like, kiss my feet right now. That's crazy. Real Betis giving Antony that Cristiano Ronaldo treatment, bro. You know them ones. Me says Jim did say that his plan was for in the next 5 years he wants to have 51% of United. It could happen. But he's just gonna have to keep coughing up money though. That's the problem. And Jim's an old man. I don't know how long Jim has. No, I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm being real. My favorite ever striker was Van Basten. You're going back. That's why you said 90s. If he didn't retire at 28, he would have been the GOAT for... Nah, Van Basten was a baller, bro. Van Basten made everything look simple, bro. And Van Basten was the Bergkamp before Bergkamp. You're taking Van Basten over Bergkamp, right? Me? I assume. And can't stand people who rate VVD so high. Virgil van Dijk. Like, look at the strikers he faces compared to who Maldini, Rio, Terry, Vidic. I've said this as well. Going to your point, me, I've said the quality of strikers in world football, in this era of football, is absolutely atrocious, bro. Atrocious. 15 years ago, every club had a quality world class. Bruv, you had Crespo, you had Shevchenko, Rooney, Ronaldo, you had Tevez. Every international team, yeah, had a worldy striker. Brazil had plenty. Germany, don't let me start with Germany. Italy, Spain, David Villa. Bro, Raul. Back in the day, we had ballers, we had strikers. And now the striker market is absolutely atrocious. I don't mind Sesko. I really don't mind Sesko. But 75 million for Benjamin fucking Sesko. 60 million for Gyökeres. Bro, Michael Owen. People want to disrespect Michael Owen. He won the flipping Ballon d'Or. Michael Owen. He was a baller. Back in the day, the strikers that we had, even in the Premier League, bro, even the Andy Coles, the Sheringham's, even the Jermaine Defoe's. Jermaine Defoe would walk into our team right now. I don't understand what's happened to the strikers. What's happened at the grassroots level? Is it because football's changed and everyone needs to run around all the time, so you can't really have a striker that stays up front? You got to have a striker that does loads of other things. Is it because the game is becoming more system-based? Everyone's coming with their quirky little systems. The maverick players, the maverick-type footballers, the Ronaldinhos of this world, they're becoming obsolete. If you don't track back, run around like a blue-eyed fly, stay in your position, do exactly what this quirky Arteta is saying, forcing you to do, or Pep. All of these maverick ballers that like to do what they want with all this flair, nobody wants them anymore. Because they don't track back. You know, they don't do this. And so football has become such a boring system game, bro, where Arsenal can only win because of a set piece. Imagine that. The Arsenal of Arsene Wenger, the tiki-taka football. The first time we saw tiki-taka football was Arsenal and Arsene Wenger, right? No. It's not the first time, but the first time we kind of saw it in the Premier League. Yeah? Because let's not act like the Dutch weren't playing, certain football before. But Wenger came with that kind of football, right? But yet he allowed people to express themselves. Pep ain't doing that at Man City. Football's changed so much, guys. It's crazy. Tom says Amorim must check his lineup. Yeah, switch it up, man. Milton says, I'm assuming Milton was laughing at Real Betis. Oh, South Sudan, Tom. Is that where you're from? Big up, Tom from South Sudan. Is that technically that's the newest country in the world, is it, South Sudan? Technically. That's interesting. I had one of my best friends in school was Sudanese. One of my best friends, bro. We should wish Antony and his Spinaroos well at Betis. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't against Antony and his Spinaroos, You know when people kept... This is my problem with the Premier League as well, right? If you got a little bit of skill, if you do anything to entertain the fans, like what Antony did, they destroyed him. Oh, why are you doing that spinning thing? If it doesn't lead to a goal, if it doesn't lead to a cross, don't do it. And I'm like, bro, I know football is a sport, but football is also an art, bro. I like the art part of football. I like to see a man nutmeg a man. I like to see skills. I miss Ronaldinho's. I miss the Brazilian flair. And when he came with that spinning thing, people just took the mick out of him. And I get it to a certain extent, but bro, we miss individuality, bro. Back in the day, yeah, in the Premier League, we used to have a screamer, at least one or two screamers from 35 yards every week. Every weekend, yeah, at least one person was banging a goal into the top corner from 35 yards. Every weekend we got a goal like that. We don't even get goals like that too much, bro. The individuality, if you take risk, if you become an individual, the coaches will coach that shit out of you, bro. I'm personally happy for Antony, and I hope he wins Ballon d'Or next season and gets big money moved to Madrid. 50% sell-on clause. There you go. And that 50% sell-on clause is not on the profit. It's on the whole fee. So it's even better for us. Van Basten easily over Bergkamp for me. I hear that, me. Haaland, Mbappe, Isak. I don't want to hear that. No, I'm not even reading the rest of that, bro. Just those names. Those are the best strikers in the world right now. What me just said. Haaland, Mbappe, Isak, Kane. Ugh. 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 Even those compared to like the list of 20 world-class strikers that we had. Like France had Thierry Henry. They had flipping David Trezeguet. Bro, don't piss me off. Andy Cole, yeah, was very underrated. I don't understand how Andy Cole still has a Premier League record and yet people don't talk about him like he's a bad man. Like Andy Cole, yeah, was our main striker. He led the line. People had to talk about Solskjaer and Sheringham, bro. Solskjaer and Sheringham were bench warmers, bro. Yes, we had 4 strikers, but let's not forget, let's not miscomprehend the fact that it was Cole leading the line and Dwight York the second striker with Sheringham and Solskjaer on the bench coming on Carling Cup games and all these things. Cole was our guy. Champions League treble winning Andy Cole, but Solskjaer's more talked about than Andy Cole. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Wenger changed the Prem for the better. Pep has done the complete opposite. Yeah, I've spoken about Wenger coming in. Wenger changed the Prem in so many different ways. From the nutrition, let's not forget how he got these people to eat, bro. We weren't healthy in the Prem. He came in, got everyone eating better, got everyone training differently. He came in with all his French buddies, every signing, Petit, Vieira, Henry. He just took all these French players. He played football a certain way. He played a beautiful style of football. He played arguably a better style of football than Fergie did. It's just that when we played Arsenal, we kicked the hell out of them. We were stronger than them. A lot of times we were more physical than them. But Wenger came and he transformed this league. He did. You got to give him credit. You have to. From the Prem, I miss Hazard. What an absolute amazing player. I do as well, me. I miss him as well. Milton said Maradona doing his warm-ups. You knew he could play. The early Cristiano years at United. Oh, man. I love that Cristiano, bro. The Cristiano that didn't care about anything but not making somebody and doing stepovers. As much as that Cristiano didn't have the end product, right? That the old Cristiano developed. But that Cristiano, he didn't care. He just wanted to make a fool out of people, and his feet were so quick. The old man Cristiano is so rubbish, bro. The young one with the quick feet everyone was sitting on their bum. That Cristiano was crazy. 180, yeah, bro. 187 goals. They don't talk about Cole enough. It's a disrespect. And only one of those goals was a penalty, Milton. This guy wasn't on penalties. This guy, all those goals were open play goals, bro. All of them. And he was only caught offside 24 times. He was only caught offside 24 times in 414 Premier League games, bro. One of the greatest ever, and he's not spoken about in that way. Very, very strange. But you know me, as a Jamaican man, born in Jamaica, I kind of have one or two reasons why. And I'm not going to say it right now, but it is what it is. Very intelligent footballer. And guess what? And guess where he's from? Guess where Andy Cole's from, people? I'm pretty sure he is Jamaican. And if he's not Jamaican, he's Caribbean, from my neck of the woods. So, big up. Big up. Anyway, guys, this stream has been absolutely epic. My God. 6:30 and now it's almost 11 o'clock. I've never been on stream for this long in my life, guys. I am fully tired, bro. This thing here is not easy. This thing is not easy. My brain is fried, but it's been fun. It's been amazing. It's the last day of the transfer window and I had to go live. I was planning on going live for just 1 or 2 hours. It's ended up being 4 or 5 hours. It's been legendary, people, but it's done. It is over. The transfer window is closed. The players we have right now are the players we will continue seeing, playing with for the remainder of the season. No more signings until January can be made. This is it. This is the midfield we're going to play with. This is the strikers we're going to play with. This is our defense. This is the team. Transfer window for 2025 summer is done. Let's start the season now. Let's start watching some football. Let's start analysing some games. I'm not going to lie, guys. As fun as it's been, as interesting as a transfer window is, it's also very frustrating. I've said it many times. I do not enjoy the whole, are we going to get this player? Or we're not going to get this player. All these stupid journalists that get paid to just guess. Oh, is he coming? Oh, here we go. Listen, all that transfer stuff is the worst for me. I enjoy these shows because of you guys. I enjoy presenting these shows and talking to the chat about things and having a community. That's what I enjoy. The transfer talk is not football. I like football talk. The talk we just had just now, that's what I like. Analysing the game, watching the game, that's what I like. This transfer stuff is cool, but I'm also happy that it's over, guys. So we can get back to football. But we will be here tomorrow at 7:15 normal time, and we will have a show at 7:15. So there is going to be loads of fallout from these transfers, loads of quotes, loads of people running around doing madness, loads of things happening. So be sure there's going to be loads of things to talk about tomorrow. So we will be here tomorrow at 7:15. Like I said, the transfer shows in general are going to be over now. So we are going to be bringing you more content and different content. So stay tuned. Please smash the like and subscribe if you are new, as I said before. It's been a great show. Big up yourselves, every single one of you. Milton, Tom, new in the chat. Me, but not you. Big up me in the chat. Milton, Tom, Bless as well, who came in the chat. Mark Ennis, big up Mark. Big yourself up, bro. Turkish always modding. British Bulldog, TK, Daniel, everyone else, Jerry, who jumped in the chat, all the regulars that are always here, and of course, man like Gideon, Alfred, mother effing Gideon, big up Alfred, Shivam, everybody, man, big up yourself. It's been good, man. I love the chat. The chat is amazing. You guys are good. 4 hour stream, TK. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired, bro. This feels like a client. No one I do client meetings and you're sitting there with a client for like 2 hours talking about their finances. And it's just stressful because if you say the wrong thing, that you could leave and you could lose a client. It's similar to this. Like these 4 hours of just talking, it's just like your brain is just tired, bro. My brain is tired, but it's all good, bro. I love this. I could keep saying it's a community, bro. It's not really the transfer news that I like. I don't really care about the transfer news. I want to know what other people think about stuff. I want to give my opinion. I want to know you guys' opinion. Yeah, that's what it's about. The happiest men. Yeah, nah, Isak and Antony are. Listen, Antony right now, yeah, is coming like Joseph and his Technicolor dream coat. Man's like this. Nah. Antony right now is feeling like Jesus, bro. He's been worshipped at Betis. It's crazy. Crazy. By the way, the poll has closed now. So let's read out the poll, people. What would you rate Man United's transfer window out of 10? And the highest is 7 to 8, but it's close. It's not, 33% said they will rate it 7 or 8 out of 10. 26%, a quarter of you, said 3 to 4 out of 10. So that's still a good amount. It's quite varied. It looks like we can't agree. And that makes for good conversation, and it makes for good content, people, sometimes, because it's not always about agreeing with each other. For me, with this channel, it's about being smart. If you have a position and you can explain your position intelligently and logically, I'm good with that. So it looks like it's been split, but a lot of you guys think it's at least a 6 out of 10. TK, big up TK, 4-hour stream. Yeah, man, it's a madness, TK, but it's all good. 526. I didn't even, I can only see 514, bro. Are you sure it's 526? Listen, I am not complaining if it's 526 subscribers. Thank you, everybody who have subscribed. It's a community. We talk ball here, and we're serious about ball. And we've got some good people, really smart people in the community. So let's continue growing. The bigger the channel gets, who knows, soon I'll be on Sky Sports. Who knows? Who knows, people? So big up the chat. If it's 526 subs, I'm happy. Very, very, very happy. Big up TK. TK is one of the first people that subscribed when I was at 260. So he's an OG in this place, TK, already. And he's only been there a few months and he's already an OG. TK's an OG. A big up Doki Kingsley. Kingsley, I'm sorry, man. The Baleba thing, it didn't happen. I thought it was gonna happen. I was one of the front runners because I was told by somebody at United before everyone else that we were thinking and talking with Baleba. That's why when the Baleba story came out, I was cheesing. Ask the chat. I was like, yeah, I know this, and yeah, we've been talking to Baleba, which is all true. I was cheesing out, yeah, but it just didn't happen. It fell through, but it could have happened. So unfortunately, we haven't got Baleba. The plan is to go in for him next summer, Kingsley. I don't know what you feel about that, Kingsley. I don't know how you feel about that at all. Some of us are saying next summer. Next summer is next summer. That's a year away. Many things could happen. We might not be in a position to buy him. He might not want to come for us or come to us. So that's it, man, with the Baleba. It didn't happen this summer, but who knows? He knows, Kingsley. Hopefully next summer. That's it. Milton says 7 out of 10. TK says 5.3 out of 10. Man said 5.3, you know. That's jokes. Milton says depends on how good Lammens becomes. I hear that. Where is Harry Amas, says Tom. Harry Amas is at Sheffield Wednesday. Tom, he's at Sheffield Wednesday on a season-long loan. That is where Harry Amas is. There's 2 left wing backs in his position, Dorgu and Leon. You can even call Dallo that. So I think Amas had to go on loan. But who knows? We'll see what Amas is like once he comes back after his loan. Listen, I'm not really tied to any player. I'm willing. Any player can leave. If you're not good enough, leave. I'm going to try to approach it objectively and not attach myself to any player and not be like sort of player FC. If you're not good enough, leave. We just need to be cutthroat and ruthless. Yeah, Kingsley. I know you're saying, it's not the news that you might like, bro, but it's what it is at the moment, man. It's what it is at the moment. I also, Kingsley, the news is Brighton categorically 100% do not want to sell. The conversation is, or the thought is, if Brighton were actually going to sell, United might actually find the money. I think the thought process is Brighton are not even entertaining it. Oh, Kingsley from Ghana. Yo, big up my Ghanaians. Big up my... I'm not going to lie, Kingsley. I'm going to say something, yeah? But don't unsubscribe. I have a friend, yeah, who's Nigerian called Kingsley. And because I saw the name Kingsley, I thought you were Nigerian. But you clarified and you said you're Ghanaian, which is cool. I know the rivalry between Ghana and Nigeria is sometimes thick. But yeah, big up my Ghanaians in the chat all day, every day. You know what I mean? All day, every day. I am a West... no, I'm Caribbean from Jamaica. So I guess my ancestry is probably West African. So who knows? I might have Ghanaian or Nigerian in my blood. I mean, I probably will do, right? West Africa somewhere. Anyway, guys, it's been a good show. A really, really good show. I'm tired now. It's been a long stream, but it's been worth it. Big up the chat. Big up the chat. We'll be here same time tomorrow. Well, not same time, a bit around a normal time, around 7ish tomorrow for some chats, for some Man United talk, and then hopefully during the week we can pattern some shows as well. It's been a great show, guys. Thank you all for jumping in the chat, for taking part, for not being rude, because people can come in the chat and be rude and be nasty and all these things, and everyone's been just blessed. Everyone's just been calm, talking about football, having a good time, just chilling. So TK, you're dumb. TK is a fool, you know. I've heard about these guys that do this long streaming. I've heard about these guys are young, bro. I'm an old man. I can't do these things. I gotta go to sleep, you know. I gotta get my beauty sleep, you know. Okay. Hey. Oh no, guys. Apparently Martinez thought he was done. That's another side of football, you know. Imagine you thinking the deal's done and you're like, I'm coming to Man United, just waiting for a phone call, and then it falling through because whatever reason. It's a shame. It's a shame. Obrigado, Milton. Obrigado. TK, Milton, Docky, Kingsley, Tom, everybody, big up yourselves. Have a good day. I need to eat my dinner and get ready for stuff. It's been a blessing. Enjoy yourselves. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget, it's better and easier to love than it is to